All right. On my Discord that I'm streaming, and then get to work on things. Not, you know? That reminds me, I gotta actually go to YouTube and tell it that I'm actually streaming. Wait, does it do it automatically? Wait, really? Really? Of coughing there for no apparent reason, other than I can. I'm allergic to game dev. Anyone who says different, eh. My incredibly healthy game dev lifestyle, yeah. Yes, healthy. Okay. Set this to view in here. Double check all the things are good to go. All the setup crap. Mm-hmm. Ah. All right. That is up, and that I am streaming. Well, you stream on like multiple things. Like YouTube doesn't let you set up too much in it. So. If I can build another follower or 12. You're right. You don't get a lot of exposure on Twitch. It's okay. Doesn't really matter. I was gonna work on the game anyway, and really all that matters, you know. If you're gonna work on your thing, it's like just to double check. Okay. I had some things that were a little questionable set up here, but okay. I would say pro streamer, but clearly not pro streamer. So I'm playing around with the AI thingy. Well, ghetto AI, because the simple reality is that I find the AI system to be not good. Requires a lot of effort to get going, and well, it's fine. Need a lot of files. It has a lot of problems. That didn't work very well. So now this character will patrol, at least in one direction. Turned out to be very easy to do in blueprints. Her head watching things is its own problem, but gets caught on those lamps, but the lamps aren't really what she's actually patrolling to. Oh. Let's do direction. I just do strength, it's easier. Just forwards, backwards, and it automatically loops anyway. I don't need this. I don't need. Some person's like, just use the actor location. No, I don't need to do that. Do I want a wait time in here, or do I just make the patrol points have a wait time? I could have a look direction on there. Maybe I'll have a look direction. That's look direction. I could do a wait time. Technically, this has wait times on it, though, with these little patrol path thingies and a direction, but... Oh, wait, no, the actual patrol path thingy itself has the weights on it. I forgot, I added them myself. Probably better have it on the patrol thingies, I guess, or have it just differentiate it that way, and then look direction is another option. Yeah. Direction is such a weird word for this. Anyway, switch on string. This just needs to move over. You can do AI on the blueprints. You can actually just kind of keep everything in one spot, and I just do a child thing. So this is like all the NPCs are controlled by this. And of course, Poppet doesn't need any of this crap, so... I mean, technically I probably could for cutscenes or something, but whatever. So we'll make it... forwards, backwards. Do I have anything else I wanted to do? It's just forwards and backwards? I can tell it's a delay at a point. Yes. No matter what happens, I'm gonna... move to a location, right? Whatever the current patrol point is, and then I'm gonna either add, subtract, or whatever. So this doesn't even need to be until later. But for forwards, it's this one. Backwards, it's a negative. This is greater than... I'm suddenly coughing. Weird. This was actually reversed. Actually, I could just do it this way and then do this and just change these up. Be like that. No, this would be slightly different. Okay, so this one will be for just this top one here. And then for this one, it's a negative here. I'm just gonna Make it this messy. Once I make this once, everybody can use it, so it's kind of... okay. Let's do a branch here. Then this is... let's say is less than B, yeah. Greater, so if this is greater than that, set to 0, otherwise to that. If this is lesser, oh, welcome back, Along with Chaos. I got a question. Are you really that chaotic? Because when you show up, you follow, post that message, and then unfollow. That doesn't seem chaotic at all. That seems very orderly. Like there's a pattern that you follow over and over. See, that's doesn't seem quite as advertised, you know? Like if you had a random message, at least that would be a little more chaotic. They're important questions. False. And then I guess I just promote this to a variable and get it over with. Anything what look direction. I find that it moves to actors really easily, and it has no concept of how to move to points. No? Just saying. Oh. Oh, direction's already a thing, huh? Ayo, set direction. Sure. I already have one. Makes sense, because I probably have recycled direction on a million things anyway. Then let's get control points here. And that gives you the value there at that position. I think. Remember how to get the second key out of these? Oh, hi, Nifoxic here. Came dropped now. I'm making a game called Poppet Quest, which is a 3D Metroidvania. You are a human who was killed and then your soul was put into a doll. Apparently trying to build the AI stuff, but probably the best example of what the game largely is. You're playing as Tiny, basically battling other dolls. You're all cursed and stuffed in a giant toy factory, trying to find your way out. You also have problems with the darkness. The darkness slowly kills you, so you have various weapon things like that. You can pull yourself up onto stuff. Light's real good. You get tarot cards in order to use abilities. The Fool one gives you that giant sucker. The Magician one lets you manipulate objects at a distance. Kind of lets you travel through things. As you can see by this here, it lets you get up to locations you shouldn't be at. Normally. Oh, can't make the jump. Kind of a bit laggy at the moment because, well, I'm streaming and doing all that stuff, so you know that works. Could actually make the nav mesh work. Second. I could expand it out to be big enough to actually let enemies fight or something. At least to cover this room. I'm basically building the demo right now, and the demo literally has essentially 4 of the tarot cards. The Fool, which summons the sucker that you can fight with as a weapon. Magician. And this one's the Hierophant, where you have these objects that are basically possessed. If you jump on them and try to use them, they'll just throw you or whatever they're doing. But if the Hierophant's active, they become real things you can jump on. I can't jump with the damn bow, but that's okay. I'm just doing keyboard and mouse at the moment. I don't actually have any support for a controller yet, so keyboard mouse Metroidvania is a little harder. Not gonna lie. They go back to being unsafe to be on otherwise. So far the star just causes you to trade sanity for health. If you're in the dark too long, it kills you, so you can't have that. You need to stay in the light. I'm standing by a light right now, so that's why I'm safe. Yeah, it's got more of a tiny doll exploring everything vibe. As you can see, I'll jump down here. Camera could use some work, I admit it. Combat's, well, I'm currently working on the combat. It's pretty bad right now so far. It's okay. But apparently they're hard to hit for some reason. I don't know why. For some reason it's not hitting the bottom of it. It only seems to hit the top. You can also throw things at them to act as weapons too, which I have in here as an example. A lot of buildings going on at the moment, so it's kind of early phases. as evidenced by this thing here. You can throw at them. Which is actually more fun than I think than the weapons. So I might switch everything to projectile based because it's just more fun. As opposed to the other, which is fine. Oh, I missed. Oh no. Run away. These enemies are kind of slow. I get the ball basically. Aha! Up, I hit it off something. Yeah, it's set in a steampunk world, so find the outside. And see my crazy steampunk world. The green's just a nav mesh, so you know it can go away whenever I hit the D. That's pretty much where I'm at right now. Working on. Kind of stuck in the building, but you can jump out onto ledges at various points, such as this area here. Currently working on making a ghost girl who can who's like the unofficial ruler of the factory. And she's like a 14-year-old ghost girl, so most of these things are like, you know, you're one of her dolls. There's lots of other toys in here that you have to battle. This month I'm supposed to work on combat, so these are all just, you know, placeholder enemies for the most part. Yeah, a lot of the pathing through the game is, you know, using weird things that are just like on walls and basically human stuff to move around. You can also rescue things by taking them to the painting world, which is inside of the paintings. And from here you can go to other places. I was trying to get the system for that to work, so the enemy people are out of place, but this is Tinka, the resident waifu. She lives in the painting. She's a ghost that's trapped in all the paintings, so even now she's on the other side of glass. And yeah, it's kind of the gist of what I'm doing. There's yeah, you gain power by being in darkness to use your abilities, but it slowly kills you, so you have to go back to the light a lot of times. As you can see, your sanity decreases. Currently, I'm working on the whole lighting in there because, you know, just because you're in the light doesn't really make that you understands that, so. I've been arguing with myself on the mechanic for it as far as how it's supposed to look. I was originally going to be entirely in darkness, but the problem is that then you can't ever see the character. So people were like, well, I guess it'd be cool, but you can't see it, so is that even fun? I don't know about that. The current thing now is I just have a particle effect that appears on her, and it gives her some light in the areas. Because otherwise you don't even know you're cursed. It's pretty hard to tell. So I don't know. That's been kind of the argument on the whole thing there. Yeah, I'm just designing. If you have ideas, I'm always accepting ideas. I guess the death thingy is broken from sanity. Good to know. Let me add that to my list. I had to redo a bunch of stat things. I was working on the save system, and the save system was like, nah, that doesn't work. Like, oh. Here, running out of sanity no longer kills the player. Close Twitch accidental. Can't even see this stream chat. Anyway, that's kind of the gist of it. Right now I'm currently building well, blueprint-based AI because, like I said, I don't really like the regular AI system terribly much. It's fine, I guess, but I don't know. It never worked quite well for me. Trying to remember how to do some of these things here. I think it's just get a copy. Maybe. This just gets the keys though. I had this figured out at one point. I'll select it up real fast. I'll deal with it later, I don't care. The weight thingy isn't that necessary. There's still this other thing to test real quick here. And on failed already goes to set moving, so I don't care. It doesn't have to go to any of the different moving things. Technically, they could all end at the same thing, but it would just be effort, and it's worth it probably. Okay. Let me test the first thing before I decide to break something else. Oh, I mean, program something else. Alright, so the new ones are, it's go forward, control backwards, control back. Your chaos has followed again. Yes. Welcome back on your long, long journey. It was epic, I imagine. Hopefully it had sound effects and, you know, just the whole soundtrack, at least, you know, a handful of people with large, you know, hairy feet, some guy with a floppy hat, maybe even a fellowship. Fellowship of the Twitch. They're all just wearing emoji masks. Yeah. I can see it. We're just gonna call this Patrol. Right? I'm gonna attempt to call it Patrol and have it not work. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna random it. Just be random int? Like, what? Well, I guess I can't do that on a line, that's fair. Because I was pulling off the thing. It's actually been a minute since I've been coding. You know, I've been mostly just designing levels and stuff, so. Zero will be go forward. Actually forwards. use the same terminology on all of them. I'll just copy paste everything. Random int and range here. Actually, let's roll on like 5. I guess patrol delay doesn't make any sense, right? Because I could just have it do nothing. Wait, just delay can be an option. Making my life hard. One will patrol forwards, this will patrol backwards, and we'll make it mostly go forwards, but occasionally go back, and then we'll have 5 just do nothing. You randomly wait. Kind of a dumb way to do this. Let's just make this less messy, shall we? Actually, why do I need all those? I could just do this. It's dumb. Don't ask. It's really very simple. Just don't ask. So many questions. Just not to ask these questions. No. Okay, so forwards. Yeah, I don't actually know why delay is a thing. Oh, I didn't do look direction yet. Control delay might have them do some sort of looking system. I don't even know. She confused? Maybe. So. I did make a bunch of changes. That's why I should always do that before I do the rest of it. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. Be right back. Let us continue. I'll have my secret weapon of random alcohol. I've been streaming, so. 30 minutes. Fair enough. So, anyway. Go through and do that later. Oh, I'm stupid. That's my problem is. I should have made a direction a little more complicated of a word or name for this thing. Easier to find. Alright, she's doing her thing. She's wandering around. Turns out she needs direction. It's so funny with their head just spin around like that. I did just liberate the coding off of another character. Seems like she works okay. She moves back at some point. Just kind of sitting out there, huh? Do anything? You stuck? That might not be the fault of the code. That might be the fault of her being caught on something. I do have a thing way out there. And she might not be able to reach it, so... I've been noticing she's been catching on things, so she might need a much smaller hitbox in general. It's like I can practice in the darkness. That's kind of nice. Apparently I count as still being way too close to those, though, which seems weird to me. Or these lights. The violet lights might be too big. What you doing, pal? Just derping along? Kind of derping. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Actually, let's go ahead and print string this. Let me check something out here. This way I have some idea what's going on. It's on 4. Why did she not travel to 4? Is 4 unreachable somehow? Doesn't seem like 4 is unreachable. Like subtract 1. Right? Because it includes 0. And how often Senior Chaos will return. He's just there to make me pretend like I gain new followers. I don't stream very often, so I'm not expected to get a bunch of followers. I also don't really advertise. I don't even know why I do a lot of these things. I just was looking for people to chat with. What you doing, pal? Kind of derping along? Pretty much, yeah. These lights are ridiculous. I toned them way down for the other ones, but these ones aren't toned down. Well, it looks like the patrol thing is working. I think it's funny that her head rotates, but you know, that's what happens when you just take the coating off of another character who actually turn their head towards you. Okay. That works. I borrowed the entire pathing thing off of another character, but this character doesn't need like a lot of this crap at all. Most of the time when I'm too lazy to actually re-enter everything, I just go, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and borrow someone else's entire thing here and then just swap things around out of pure laziness, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. So if the target distance, it picks the target up here. I started doing my AI stuff in the blueprints themselves. Found to be a lot easier. And I just have a thing where it just gathers the information. Usually if it needs to know which targets are important, if it has particular stuff it cares about. A thought process that runs through and basically based a lot on distance and, you know, variables. And then it assigns an action, and down here I just have the actions on the thing here, and it just, whichever one it just does them. Granted, it's getting kind of messy, but I also just took a copy from other characters, so most of these aren't even for this character. And then a cleanup phase. It also tells it to reloop everything. And this saves me having to do all the stupid, you know, passing information back and forth, writing a million files, and I just put it all on the on a parent. And the parent now just has all the stuff, so I don't have to deal with it. The dad's not there, but all these ones are just abilities I'm doing now. They can all do it. You can use the AI system if you like to, but I found that it was never working very well at all. And, you know, when you're a solo dev, you really don't want to spend a lot of time on something that's just learning a whole new system when you have something that kind of already does exactly the same thing. By kind of, I mean, it does the same thing. At least that was my theory on it. So we're gonna patrol with this, and if not... Yeah, we move towards target, right? I do. I could look down there for it, but counterpoint, I didn't do that. It's my plan here. Is 3,000 gonna work? We'll test it. I have a plan here to have my, like, you know, a weird twist on the 3D Metroidvania, being that this ghost girl will occasionally appear, and you'll have to reach safe points before she, you know, catches you. And if she catches you, it's basically like a jump scare, and you'll get sent back to the last one you saved. There'll be plenty of things here to make it interesting, but I'm not sure if I want to make her a true ghost or not, though, because a true ghost could just fly through the walls, and that's kind of problematic. Okay, 3,000 is apparently very far. Back to our patrolling. I have run a pretty long delay, apparently. Okay, for testing this, 3,000 is way too far. Let's do 1,000. I'll set up some things so she can actually see later. Not too worried about that. Most enemies are just distance sensitive anyway. I might make a thing where her head just swivels towards you the second she sees you. No matter which direction you are, and her body doesn't go with it, because it's even weirder. Looks so funny. You like me, bro? Like me? What you doing? What you doing, pal? You do anything? Gonna follow me now? Hey, that's creepy. What about now? What you doing? What you doing, pal? What you doing? Gonna give up after a while? These lights are all wrong in this place. I shouldn't be able to stand in the darkness like this. Yep, she's happily doing a thing again. As you can see, I took the animation sample from Epic and made it work in this too. Actually, it wasn't that hard to put it with other stuff too, so now, no matter what I'm doing, I can just, you know, get the cool motion. Okay, this works. I need a safe box now. I think I have a really long delay on her, and that's why she's takes a while. How long is the reset on her? Well, it's only a second. Not that long. I don't think I need 90% of the rest of this crap. Oh, I know what I want. First of all, the save. You know what I need? Not a delay. Delay is... I can just use a wait command for that. I guess... Look around will be something I'm going to want later. Random. I haven't actually set the look around yet. It's not really that important until I actually set the ability to even see things. So, oh, that's right, I got rid of that one. So random will be... Change. And it's going to be 0 to this -1. Right? I'm currently having them move to the point first. I guess they just move to their first point. That's fine. And then from that point on, it'll be whatever it says. Because the next loop is when they move to that. Is that the order to do that in? I mean, for now, I guess it works. I don't hate it. Sure. I might run this print string after the fact, but since I'm still messing with it, I might as well do it this way. I could have just got this link thing somewhere else. I don't know why I didn't just promote it to a variable. Whatever. I always clean stuff up after the fact. I'm going to save this for later so I remember to set up a wait system for how long they waited each thing. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it that way or not. Or if I just want to have them randomly decide weights in their own blueprints. Go patrol at random every other time. Actually, I should just have a patrol backwards for funsies. Let's just go crazy. I could technically make her loop too, but eh. I prefer my things to be a little more chaotic than someone walking a straight line or just walking in a circle. I mean, how many people sit there and walk in a circle? It's so weird. But why? I mean, even the guards I know will stop and do things. Like, oh, they need a snack. Oh, they're messing with their stuff. I mean, there's just... Maybe they just decide to go look somewhere randomly. I mean... Pretty weird just waiting in line. But I mean, yeah, you can do it. Ah, yes. I just time for some coating fuel. It's actually alcohol. It's not coating fuel. It's actually very terrible for cutting. Helps with the art stuff, which I usually do later in the stream when I'm like, I'm drinking up alcohol where I'm like, I don't want to code anymore, boys. That's right. The coding is difficult. I can design levels all day long because it's really just, you know, jumping on things. Alright, let's see what you're up to. Buddy, pal, friend. Health lately. I'm really sick, I just think I don't know, whenever I eat foods I don't agree with, is acid reflux leads to bad times. Basically, whenever I eat American food. So in America, that's all of it. She's just doing her thing. I want to see her go really far out of range, though. Like, is she going to go back to the first one now? She's just like, nope, I'm going here. And then I'm going there. I like these ones here. Going to 4. Guess I didn't put the print string on all the stuff. was gonna say at the jump scare portion, and I figured that'll help attract, you know, people who do reaction thingies. You're just playing your Metroidvania game, and then you get, you know, it turns into a horror game real quick with jump scares. After all, realistically, there's not much Poppet could really do against a giant ghost thing. Yeah, she's kind of doing her thing. Seems like she's doing just fine. I'll make her patrol path more interesting. It's just a placeholder for everything. But she's gonna have to have different ones in every room. I'll think about how to do that soon enough. Okay, which direction are we talking about here? What dictates? It's the Z that dictates it. Okay. Do this first. And then let's make a rotator. Let's not have the character turn weird directions. I really just want to split Z up. You can keep those. The actor itself seems fair. The rotation. I'll clean all this up later. It'll be much better than this. Oh, and then new rotation. This will make her look around all weirdly. Well, now that she has a rotation in hand, let's go back to this. I believe it's just in V interp too. That's what it was. Now, rotator is not a. I don't know. It's R interp. There we go. Makes sense. Rotate interp. Sure. Good actor rotation. How does that work? I need a reminder. Paintings have this information on it. One moment, please. Oh, you need a timeline. That's what it was, right? I could have sworn that's exactly what it was. It's a timeline. Yeah, it's like because that's a lerp. But anything is floating with patient. Do, 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 do. What rotates towards the plane? Whatever, I'll use that. I don't need this. We'll create a timeline. No, delta seconds. I don't think I need all this. I really don't. I think that's actually all I needed. Could be wrong, but I can always look it up. And then new room. What direction? Also, while we're at it, just to see if it's trying. Blah, blah, blah. How does that work? Do a quick look up here. Their world time? About that one. So many ways to do things, and I swear, like with how the coding works, sometimes it's just in one ear and out the other. Well, that's not true. Like I'll get to working on something different and just forget all about a previous thing. Oh, that's not helpful. I don't want to be there. I'm watching this character move around at a distance, so I don't trigger her desire to chase me. Oh, for no making a horror game. You skip like 90% of what I've done and just do having a character patrol, and then character sees you, chases you down. Kind of moves and doesn't really set a rotation at all, does she? I mean, her head rotates everywhere, but I'm not concerned about that. Wait a minute. Made this off of someone else's tutorial a million years ago. Oh, you just pull off a vent tick. Okay. That has a plan. I don't really use a vent tick, but you know, I don't think so. I really need to organize these. Like, Poppet's super organized, and this character's just... These aren't. One moment, please. Okay, well, that coloring is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life, and I can't stand looking at it. Now I have an idea of where everything is. I can kind of rebuild this thing to be a little more organized than it is, because right now it's horrible. A lot of stuff is governed by a lot of these things here, so, you know. Well, I have the thing that, the auto size thing, but every time I, end up transferring the project over, I have to redo it for all the stuff. It's annoying. Or migrating the project, which I've done a few times. Oh, I jump's even a thing. Oh, I know why I was trying. A long time ago I made it. I was gonna have them jump when I wanted them to just launch themselves places in the hopes of reaching things. Like, they'd turn towards the player and try to jump after him. It wasn't the smartest thing in the world, but it would take so long to set up individual jump patterns everywhere in a 3D game for this. Like, with how they do the AI stuff, it is just not a thing you want to do. That was my understanding of it after messing with it. I'm like, this is awful. The NPCs can be picked up and dropped for purposes of an entire mechanic. This handles enemies and other savable NPCs and stuff like that. There's a lot it handles. It is not all this part of the giant box. I have questions. Could be. Like, clean things up here? I don't know. Okay, I'm trying to move just you. Okay. Oh. That one doesn't even work yet. Oh. I have a, and one of the enemies I programmed in, it had taunting the player. It was pretty funny. Putting all the combat stuff together just so I don't have to keep looking for all this is ridiculous. I already have a combat. Nice. I mean, I guess I can put all the movement separate and then the combat stuff other places. Admittedly, well, I guess the movement's not entirely combat. True. Technically, taunting the player is not actually a combat thing. Those people keeping track, you could have them just be a jerk. For funsies. I guess taunting could be a movement thing. Whatever, it's close enough. Alright, so apparently movement is like 90% of this. I decided to say that. I'll do green for the movement. I guess there's a cutscene move, but I'm going to leave that with the dialogue stuff since it's triggered by dialogue. After damage, there's a jump up there too. Status ailments, which haven't even been made yet, but I'll put them over here so I remember to make them. They might not get put in there, I don't know. Might prove unnecessary. I already have like a thing that kind of does the same thing, so it's like, And then let's make these all part of the combat thing. I should have done this a while ago. You should organize your stuff. It's a lot better if you do. Apply conditions. Sure. Wait, why is there an apply conditions and status? Whatever. Don't question it. It's fine. Just kind of everything else, but I don't even have event tick on here, do I? I'm not sure I like this plan, but since the others not appear to be doing what I want, I made a mess by just dragging everything like that. Sure, whatever. Go and do what I did. There you go. Apparently that's not very exciting for people. That's fair. This time of day is not that great for traffic hike. Anyway, let me test this out here. Oh, Delta second. That should make it easier to find everything. They do this. That's... I never have neck problems. It's my best advice to you. Does not seem to turn. Also, while I'm at it, oh, I know why. I have to literally copy it all. I guess I don't really need to do that. What are we using? Double check which one I'm even using. I'm using regular Charlotte. They should have exactly identical stuff anyway. 5.4 is very nice. This just works because all too often a lot of the other one was such a pain to retarget everything. It was just the worst thing you'd ever done in your life. Now it's just only mildly obnoxious, which is a little better. Could just type anims, I guess. It isn't though. That's not really what I wanted, but thank you. Oh, I need these. What doesn't have a replace skeleton? Oh, this is a sign skeleton. Technically, it would be fine to not use that, but... You frozen, bucko? Buddy, pal, friendo? Friendo? I highly recommend taking the assets off of the the animation assets off of the Paragons. Very useful. I'll have to grab the rest of them, but we'll get to that soon. Or squared sleep. Really should stream during a better time. Maybe just during the day. I don't know. My sleep schedule is terrible. I went to all the trouble to change that because I want to change it so our head stopped rotating around and being all weird. That's not true. What I want to do is reduce the amount it does it. Remember how. Okay. I'm right here. Did this so long ago and I'm trying to remember how I did it. This doesn't specifically reference Inca's blueprint. Good. Original one referenced some of these. Like, ooh, what's this? What this? Got some weird blueprints. I don't know what's up with them, but I'm just gonna go ahead and play an editor because they're nothing I'm using. Their head just rotates all the way around. Um, I had a good clamp option. I don't see one. Why does it ever figure if the player is nearby? Over here. See, that works. Still doing it, and I'm well away, farther away than that. Why are you turning your head towards me at that distance? Doesn't seem right. So I'm not sure how this mechanic's going to truly play out. Oh, I know why it's not working. Because I'm dumb. I made a duplicate of it. And then forgot to, swap it. Of course, it's not going to do anything different because I never swapped it. Alright. If only all things were so easy. Don't blame the alcohol, even though I haven't had that much. Just saying, coating with alcohol makes it way better. I don't know why it makes it way better. It probably won't make it better, but that's okay. It's really far away. Gets close, she starts looking, she turns. That's way creepy over there, like looking down like that. Get far enough away, she eventually gets bored and wanders off, I assume. Good. She really likes that table. I'll wander off, buddy. Al, friendo. Friendo. What you doing, pal? Want to start pathing again? You just gonna never break your path? Sure, go back to patrolling. Okay, she just really didn't want to go back. Like, but I want to play. Sure you do. Got a sparkly. That largely works. Gotta fix that other character too. First needs a reason why the lamps are even there in the first place. The character's not even following the lamps. The lamps are just there because I was setting something else up. It's following these little things instead. Let's make this more interesting, shall we? I guess I'm not going to use the violet lamps for now. They're not actually a lamp that does violet so much as there's a character named Violet who looks for specific lamps. But they're called the violet lamps. I could make them actually glow that color though. I might do that. The chatter who told me about Shift End is a glorious person. Hi, Hero Momo too. Thanks. Nice and spooky. Yes, yes. ESX Nice. Nice. Metroidvania, I thought Hollow Knight. First one, I haven't played that one. Pseudo Regalia? I played Hollow Knight for a while. Never did do all of it. Someday. Near game dev, you know, you only got so much time and I like to build games with my time instead of doing things like that. You know? But I decided to add a different mechanic in here as well. Because you're playing as a tiny cursed doll. Basically, you're like, you know, you're a human whose soul got stuffed into a doll. You're in this toy factory. Steampunk toy factory. A steampunky world. Okay. Ooh. And you know, you're trying to get out, but you're powered by this curse that flows through the whole place, and it's emanating from this ghost girl who will periodically appear in various areas to mix things up a bit, in which case you have to run to safety. Otherwise, it plays out like a Metroidvania in that you use the various tables and things like that to maneuver around. This room being a pretty prime example. Yeah, Alice Madness Returns is one of the inspiration thingies. Coraline, definitely. 9 fits too. I didn't think about 9, but I mean 9 is in fact very much a thing. You collect tarot cards in order to do stuff. In this case, the Magician Tarot lets you manipulate objects, including throw objects at things. Pardon the lag, but I imagine all the commands off to the side plus streaming were probably causing that. Combat's still pretty rough. Fights with a giant sucker is one of the things of the Fool Tarot. Yeah, Little Nightmares often one I hear about too. I have various tarots that do things, including the Star Tarot, which drains sanity for health. It's powered by the darkness. Basically, the curse happens in the darkness, but it slowly drives you insane, so you have to go back to the light in order to not die from the curse, but you need the curse in order to power your abilities, so you have to go back to the darkness a lot. I'm still working on the curse effect choice. That's what that word purple is the curse affecting you, and the argument is, how badly do you need to see the character? Apparently, this is just caught on that. Huh. Explain yourself. Ah, I'll use the NFX super mode? I guess not. Sure. Yeah. I got lots of inspirations. For some reason, this is apparently stuck. Well, we're somewhat early in development, so you know how it is. Uh-oh, nearly dead. Get back to some kind of like... These boxes are save points, they just refill your everything, so... Shrek 4, because Shrek to have a Genji fighting with a lollipop? Okay, well, I'll give you that one, that's fair. This is secretly Shrek 5. Anyone who says different, you know, listen. Have you seen Shrek 5? How do you know it's not Shrek 5? That's right, you don't. This could be secretly Shrek 5. Very exciting. Oh. Apparently I'm able to stand a little bit off of things. I was a little generous on the stuff, apparently. I had to make this jump less hard. Because when it lags, that jump is actually really tough. I think I failed it 400 times because whenever it's lagging. I make it every time when it's not lagging. Yeah, okay, we'll go over here. I don't know if I jump back up it. Yeah. I am now part of the Shrekoverse. Just wait. You see it? As soon as you see that on there, you see a tiny doll running around hitting things with a lollipop. You will, in fact, realize I was telling you the truth. I was secretly on the inside all along. You never realized that you would find it out by coming to Twitch in the middle of the night. Well, middle of the night for me. Thinking, oh, I'm just watching someone dev in Unreal. Yes, of course. This can't possibly be a secret, you know, spoiler for Shrek 5. I'm gonna laugh if someone clips that. They come back all the time. There wasn't a spoiler for Shrek 5. You lied. I don't know if I'm lying. I could be telling the truth. These are future enemies that I haven't programmed. I just put some animations in so I could pretend like they were useful for the moment. One day, though. One day you will be enemies. You will do something. Where you get the keys. It does have Patrick. Well, see, here's the best part about her, you know, her, like, Poppet here, the character, is a rag doll. She's like, you know, she's made out of this, like, you know, oh, she's actually like a sack doll, basically. She's just made out of, like, you know, sack material and stuff. Like, she's not made out of, like, with stuffing in her. And blood, because all the toys have to have blood in it. Don't question why toys need to have blood in it. I mean, is it so bad if all the cartoons go Tim Burton? Like, is anyone going to be sad about that? Are you going to go, oh no, my cartoons are Tim Burton? No. What am I going to do? Can there really be enough Tim Burton in the world? I don't know. I kind of feel like the answer is no. I programmed in another mechanic, which I'm putting in mechanics for all the various tarots. And these ones here, they're possessed objects floating around, and the possessed objects, when you hit them, will just kind of spin around and do whatever. You have a Hierophant. If the Hierophant's active, you can use them like platforms. I'm still tweaking all the numbers, but it'll slowly run out your curse power, and if you happen to run out of curse power, you'll fall. So, I have various puzzles like that. This is the room where you get it, so... I'll just set it to run out a lot faster than this, so that this way you have to actually race through it all. Also, I need to work on the walls and the camera thing, but listen, we'll get there eventually. Anyway. I mean, I can get behind that. I haven't really seen much of the SpongeBob stuff. I should. The numbers you print on the screen is because I was working on something and then I decided to stop and show people stuff. I can remove them. Because I was trying to make this character look only in the direction of it. Her hair spawns on her, so I can give her different hair. That'd be kind of cool. I'm considering having her hands come through things, and I'm gonna have more creepy stuff as I go along. This is just like the first area of the place. Like there's, oh, I have my. I decided to borrow a bit from the Annabelle stuff. This is just a picture of the thing that I haven't actually put the real doll in yet, but as you can see, I guess there's a thing in the middle of it. 1 second. I moved it out randomly, and I guess it has part of the thing in there, so you can't read it. Yeah, the Annabelle movies. Haven't you ever seen Annabelle the doll? I've ever seen Junji. Yes. Winning positively do not open. I'm gonna have a, doll that breaks out later and you have to deal with it. More dangerous dolls are locked away. There is an option to try to make a deal with the doll at some point. But yeah, I still have more, various stuff appearing because of the character behaviors and stuff. I was working on stuff, don't mind me. So yeah, I have those. I'm gonna have a creepy toy, actually, a forbidden toys room later on. I haven't even built most of this stuff yet. With characters that appear later that you need to free. I'm gonna put danger levels on them too. So basically, imagine like Warehouse 13 and their dark room, and well, I guess the Warrens, cursed museum place too. As far as what Annabelle is, I can't believe you know what Annabelle is. Annabelle the doll. Oh yeah. The character is intentionally supposed to be not what you would think. So this is like the Annabelle doll that most people like see in the movies if you haven't seen it. And this is not the actual doll that it's based on. I don't know if they have it. This is the actual doll it's based on. It's a Raggedy Ann doll. It looks really, really lame. Like there's nothing special about it. Feel free to check on YouTube for people who've stayed in the Warren Museum or the real Annabelle doll. You can see it. But it has 3 different movies for this doll using this version, because obviously this looks a lot creepier. You would buy this for your daughter, right? Like seriously, this is holy little girl's doll. There's nothing wrong about this doll at all. Nice. All the movies. Excellent. I think the second one is probably the best one, if I had to pick, because it actually has a few more creepy moments. First one is probably the crappiest because it's... I mean, if you've seen the entire collection of the Warren movies and everything, it's got a couple good moments, I guess, but it's real slow to pay off. And the third one I like better than the first one, only because it has the fun museum with all the weird things in there. You're like, what does this do? And what does this do? And what is it? It's not scary at all, but it's really fun to try to guess what all the little toys do. Like all the cursed items, like how does that do things? How does that kill people? Why is that in the room? That just looks like random crap. How come this is there? So that was the most fun for just a what does that do game. Azeroth the Destroyer Dimensions. Yep. Have a little doll that's trying to keep it, like that with a little jewel on her head. Yeah. Now, why would that kill you? It is literally the entire thing there. It's just like they had like the Feely Mealy game, which like it was a box where the game was you flip a card up and the card would have an object on it. And then, like, the box has 4 different, holes that you can stick your hand into, and you feel around to try to find the item. And if you pull out the right item, you get a point. If you don't, you don't get a point. And you're like, okay, well, how does this kill people? But it turns out that it has hands that come out of it, and they try to pull you into the box. So, turns out, I was like, oh, this is way cool. It's so much creeper. You just think about it. You reach your hand into the box, and then that box grabs your hand instead. You're like, uh-oh. What's grabbing my hand in this box? That's so much cooler than, oh look, the doll's sitting there. Oh look, the doll's over there. Cool. Oh look, demon jump scare. Oh, okay, that was probably one of the better parts of the movie. But it didn't have the creep factor. It wasn't that good. As far as they go, it's not my favorite of the lot by any stretch. And then, what was the other ones that were fun? There was a TV that would show you a few seconds into the future. Then it started showing you futures where you died. So he's like, uh-oh. Yeah, you know. The Feely Mealy grave. It's an all new thing. It's great. The one character who came messing with in there? Oh, the girl who was trying to talk to her father. And she used the piano to try to talk to him, and then it led to a creepy ghost, and she let Annabelle out. That one? Yeah. I mean, you needed a character to do it, okay? Like, it wasn't going to be the daughter. She's not stupid. She's lived the house the whole time. She knows that's a terrible room. And the blonde girl, you know, the babysitter, has been their babysitter plenty of times and obviously knows all about that she shouldn't go in there. But this new person, you got to introduce some sort of chaos element. Otherwise, it'd be a really boring movie, right? It's like, oh, cool. Wait, like, you know, they had baked a cake for her and sat around all day and they played some games and then she went home. Great movie, guys. Like, I mean, you need an instigator. I mean, was she an amazing character? I mean, was anyone an amazing character in that movie? Really? It's like watching, you know, One Piece and trying to guess which devil fruit they have, or Bleach for the Bankais, or, you know, any of those things, or whatever Naruto character. You want to know what the toys do. That's it. That's why you're there. Or like watching Warehouse 13 and trying to figure out what each of the cursed items does. You want to know. Yeah. I mean, you need a plot device. Like, I don't fault a character who makes stuff happen. You gotta have it. If it does, you don't have that, then it's like, okay, cool, but we don't have a story, guys. Gonna need something to happen here at some point. No? You don't think so? It's awkward. Yeah, exactly. It just gives you something fun to think about. You get to speculate on, okay, what's this do? And what's this do? How about this? A lot of times the theories are more fun than the actual, you know, fact. It's just like, that's cool, but what if, and I'm just saying it did this instead? That's just way more fun. Every time, just way more fun. I don't need those. Thanks for dropping by here, Momo. I keep terrible hours, so I'm almost certainly whenever I show up around this time anyway. So if you get bored and want to talk about horror films, yes, we'll be here. Drinking alcohol and trying to code while drinking alcohol. I'm sure it'll work out. Thank you. I'm sure I will need it whenever it finishes. Skimbo Rank? I haven't even heard of that one. What is that one about? Ed? I need to make a list of every horror film and just kind of watch them. Like, I watch random ones whenever someone's like, this one's really good. Usually if it's in the middle of the night. Because, you know, I don't know. I guess they're slightly better at 3 a.m. than they are at 3 p.m. Canadian experimental art, supernatural, psychological horror film written and directed by Kyle Edward Bell. Hey. Huh. I mean, listen, windows, doors, and other objects disappearing sounds awesome. Imagine the cleanup. Also, listen, you know, some annoying person's at the door disappears. Like, ha, a random person trying to sell me something. Let's see you find your way in now. like a hand just pops out of like the house as well like that and just gives you like a high five and you're just like, yeah. It's great. I'd like a haunted house to live in. That'd be awesome. You're literally just sitting there and, you know, like, oh, it's too hot in here. You ask the ghost to, you know, turn up the air conditioning a bit. Yeah. Oh, well, the first time the house is like, makes the bathroom door disappear, you're just like, fine, I'll just piss on you, house. What do you think about that? I'm sure the ghost is going to love that. You're just like, yep. How's it feel, ghost? Hopefully the ghost doesn't have a fetish. Maybe the ghost does. Oh, God. All those times you thought someone was watching you, turns out the house was watching you all along. Isn't that exciting? Probably not exciting. That's actually kind of terrifying. I don't know. Is it terrifying if the house is like, oh, I'm watching you do these things? It's like, or is it just weird? Because, I mean, okay, the house is watching you do these. Sure. Like, okay. Oh, yeah. At that point, it'd be like Beetlejuice, after, like, near the end when they actually are, they're friends with the Deets, so the Deets just kind of help them do dance parties and stuff instead. You know, like, wouldn't be so bad then. I could live with that. Right. I have a bunch of Humble Bundle music that I just downloaded. I picked up for like $20 and I'll copyright free, so I can just listen to it. Because I'm also streaming on YouTube, and YouTube will draw and quarter you if you happen to put anything even remotely copyrighted up by accident. Yeah, I mean, that'd be awesome. You're just sitting there, just floating up in the air, just blood on everything, and people just gonna leave. Someone breaks into your house, that happens. I don't care how brave they think they are. They're just gonna be like, what? You see some supernatural thing, do you stay and fight it? Like, I'm gonna go with probably not. You can try if you want. I just get the feeling you're not gonna want to do it. Maybe I'm weird for thinking that. Maybe not, but yeah. I actually, at one point I lived in a house, so the story goes, there was an old guy, I believe at the time he was 95. He passed when he was 97. I was his caretaker for a while. Anyway, the whole, like, the house is built in a really weird way. It was built on the side of a mountain. And, so that meant that farther up the hill was, like, the second floor was still acted like the first floor. And he went down, and then the first floor was also down there, so both entrances were kind of at ground level. And then below the ground, there was actually a wine cellar, which was creepy and fun to talk about later. So there was this water thing broke, flooded the whole bottom section. This house is huge. So they took two houses and just crammed it together and just connected it. Bizarre. I don't know why they did. This house is like 100 years old. So they decided to take out all the windows and like tear everything out. The house looked like dilapidated. Like no one had lived there forever. Like if you ever saw any haunted house, anything show on anywhere, this was that place. And since it was built lengthwise, if you went down there at night, you just stare down this incredibly long hallway that went almost the whole length of the house with just doors on every side that were just completely gone. Like, and just windows that were just open to the world because they took the windows out. You could definitely get a lot of fun looking at that. Also, the front door didn't lock, but I guess it didn't matter because there were no windows, so okay. So anyway, I was living on the second story, which had not flooded, and watching over the place. So I would have to occasionally go down there and make certain nobody was messing with it. And there would be people who would camp down in the canyon, because it was on a canyon. So you'd see like lights down from the canyon, and occasionally they'd be coming up the hill towards the house, and that was always fun and kind of a little creepy, but you knew there was a trail over there, so they probably weren't going to mess with anything. But, well, first of all, a lot of people died in this house too, but that's because it's been there for 100 years, so it's not like they died violently. But there are people who died in the house, so just in case that adds to the creepy factor, I don't know. Sure. But I had to go out at night, and I always get the feeling like, hey, there's people watching me. And I'm like, it's just, just me, whatever. But then, during the day, I would also go look at the grounds, and I would find, people have built like various lean-tos. I'd find evidence of food that hadn't been there the day before, just drinks, anything, just like tracks of people through there. So at night, as I'm going through, there really were people watching, and this happened frequently. It's always the creepiest walk in the world because it's just like, like we just go down to this house and just imagine, just think of your house. Imagine, your house, and then imagine someone put another house on the other side, because it was like a 3-bedroom house that they put another one on. But they put it lengthwise. Just imagine a hallway all the way down that where you have no idea what's down it. So I'd walk down my stairs to that, and then whoever built this was also just an evil mastermind, I guess, because also when you went down the stairs, there was another doorway off to the side, so you couldn't see when you went downstairs, so someone could wait there and just stab you. Sad. Probably more than sad. So it would go back there into this other room over here that was underneath the second story room and to the side of the stairs. Okay. From that room, because whoever built this is, evil mastermind, there is another set of stairs going down into the basement. Okay, so the stairs to the basement go really far down, surprisingly. And they go in a corkscrew. So you can't see anyone at any point. Could just, at every single turn, could just literally be waiting for you. And then whoever nailed the carpet down above it used incredibly long nails. So you look up at the ceiling of these stairs, and there's just these nails sticking right through it. Like just a complete horror show, just walking down into this basement. Yeah, and you get down to the basement. And again, evil mastermind build is a terrible person. And the stairs to the basement actually comes out into more of the center of the basement. A little off to the side. So on either side is, again, more places you cannot see people. But mostly off to one side, it's like got a little alcove that looks basically like you would stuff the child you didn't want in there that anyone would ever find. Maybe Harry Potter, whatever. And you go around the other side of it, and it's into the bigger section of it, where then someone decided it was really funny put as many chest-high walls of crap as possible. Basically, there were so many places where people could hide in this place. And remember, none of this was locked. Anyone could have come through the window at any point and just gone into the basement, wandered the whole house. It was like this for over a year, too. So it's not like people didn't have time to figure it out. But the reason for it was because that's where I would do the laundry, because laundry was all the way down there. And, I did it at like 1 a.m. because I'm a night person. And I was hard checking the house out. Oh, that place. It was a beautiful place. But thankfully, there was never truly an incident. Like, I always find evidence of people. And if they were ever in the house, I never caught them. But because the house was so long and I was on one side and on the second story, they could have gone on the other side and left before I even knew. One thing we did agree on, because there was a woman who I was kind of sharing a lot of the taking care of the elderly guy responsibility with, because we kind of traded off, like she was day shift, I was night shift, is we had a baby monitor in them, so we could, call for help, because, he's old, and really old. And after he passed away, we definitely agreed on one very important thing. We both went down and immediately turned that baby monitor off, because if at any point anyone had gone down to that baby monitor and pretended to be him, it would have been the most awful jump scare imaginable. It's like, wait, what? Oh my god. It would have got us both 100%. It was terrible. I took the baby monitor out of that room. Maybe the baby monitor's cursed. I don't know. I haven't lived there in years, so who knows? I don't have a baby monitor. Maybe it's in a museum somewhere. You turn the baby on and you hear a voice of a 97-year-old dead guy. Oh, see, you understand what it's like to live in a fine place like those. That sounds wonderful. Who doesn't want to live in a fine place like that? I'm not even usually creeped out by that kind of stuff. I'm always creeped out by actual real people. Like, because, you know, I've definitely spent enough time in places to know that, like, I grew up out in the woods, so, you know, I'm used to there being no one to save you if things go wrong. I'd hike out in the woods and things like that, so I'm used to that. I'm used to the outside world in general. So I've never seen any ghosts or things like that, but I have seen a lot of really creepy people. Yeah. You know what the most fun is, though? You get someone over there and you wait until it's like night and tell them the story and then be like, what was that? Oh my god. Pretend like you're the ghost hunter people. Did you hear that? Did you see that over there? Meanwhile, no, didn't see anything. Thanks, though. But, you know. I did that wrong. Should have clicked on her, then click that. Setting up her patrol path here. Exactly. Oh yeah, I would definitely deadpan it. Like, did you see that? What's that? Check it. Let me go check this. I swear. There's someone here? Huh. You know, you should probably go somewhere it's safe, like, you know, just in case, you know. Yeah, you just really run with it. Just be that guy. I'd probably be more, like, in the moment, even worse about it. Just a terrible person. Because it's just funny. I don't get out much, okay? So, you know, I need all the enjoyment I can get. Put that one over there, I guess. We'll have her kind of loop around some here. It's a good spot to watch. Watch her from the cake. Yeah. I find about the only time I'm ever weirded out is if it's a room where someone has recently died in, and I know they died there. Like, when he died in that room, it felt weird going into that room at night. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. To be fair, it felt a little weird going in that room during the day. But that might have just been because I was so used to him, you know, being alive in there, and then have him not being alive is just, you know, weird. Yeah. But like when my dad passed away, he passed away in his bedroom. And we were cleaning out, and that bedroom felt really weird to be in. Nothing happened in it. But then again, you just think about, okay, well, you know, he's been my whole life here, like, you know, and he's gone, so maybe that's probably why it just felt weird. So I found that to be a thing. Like, if it's really a place where people just, you know, have recently passed away and I knew them, it's strange. But otherwise, eh. Yeah. It just represents a real change in your life. It's just, it's hard to work through. So, I mean, it's part of the process working through it, but it definitely feels weird in those rooms. And I didn't go back into those rooms very often. I'm gonna go ahead and say I really didn't. If I had to, sure, but maybe it was just a reminder. I don't know. Like when my mom passed away, I haven't been back to her house since. But to be fair, my stepdad's still alive, and we weren't really that close, so, you know, back to the house also for that, partially that reason. He's a nice guy. I don't have a problem with him. Just, you ever just have that family member you're just not close with? Feel sorry to hear that, unless you hated him, in which case, congratulations. Like, nah, I never like it when anyone's dead. Even if I didn't like the person, I still don't wish death on anyone. Someone's just caught in that little spot, isn't she? Like, I can't go anywhere. I like this spot. This is my spot now. I'm gonna stay here. Ah, that sucks. Yeah. Sometimes Yeah. In a way, I have some respect for stepfathers because, let's be real here. If I were in their scenario and a woman said, hey, I want you to take care of these kids that aren't yours, my answer would be no. They're not mine. I don't want them. Clearly, their father should be in their lives. Unless their father died, in which case, it's a different world with talk. But to be able to step up and do that is a respectable thing. But if you're a jerk and you're not, not a very good father to him, it's not a good situation. Broken families are not a good thing. My mother divorced when I was like 13, and it just made our lives real shitty. Go ahead and say it. It was not good. Oh, I see. Okay, well, he sounds like a real piece of work. Yeah. Not a good piece of work, if you know what I'm saying. Good screen on this one. String. Yeah. That's why I'm a firm believer that divorce should not be a thing. I think they should stick it out because the simple reality is the situations it puts kids in after the fact, oh my god, it's terrible. It just does terrible things to them. Like, there can be certain reasons, like, a person tries to kill you or something. Okay, that's a different story, but it should be really hard to get a divorce. Just to avoid the whole step-parent scenario. It's so rare it turns out. I'm thankful my stepdad was, a nice guy. I mean, like I said, we're not close. I tried, but... You ever have one of those people who just really has, like, maybe 3 things they're interested in, and if you're not interested in those 3 things, they have no personality beyond that? Because it's kind of him. Mechanic. He likes model airplanes. And... he works on... he works as a mechanic. That's still part of the mechanic thing. So really, he does 2 things. And if you don't like those 2 things, it's really hard to talk to him. That's fair. A lot of people have very few things. I find it's actually real common amongst guys. Most of us have, like, the things we like. And that's it. And not even a lot of interest in talking to other people. I mean, I like talking to people, but to be fair, I also spend a lot of time indoors in front of computers and... don't really do as many things as I could. I mean, I make games, I kind of play games, sort of, when I have time. I work, and then like I said, that's probably a reason why I couldn't really connect with him, because I didn't really have any way to connect with him. Yeah. Need more hobbies. Or, I don't know, I usually have the things I really like doing, and that's just it. Those are the things I want to do. The problem is computer-based hobbies are just gaming hobbies. Usually lead you to only talking to people online and not people locally. Yeah. I just put all the, like, art and programming, everything as part of game dev. I don't actually do music. I have no ear. I guess I do watch people stream. And sometimes I stream myself. Not as often as I could, but I also run a business, so I only have so much time. Also, if I'm learning something in Unreal Engine, then I, like with tutorials, I don't tend to stream it. Oh, nice. So what do you play? Or what do you do with your music talents? You make music for games, or do you play shows, or... Oh, nice. That's very cool. What sort of game are you making music for? I'm trying to see if this character gets stuck again, which is what I'm waiting for. A shooter, huh? Nice, nice. Like a first-person shooter, or like, you know, top-down shooter, or sort of shooter. She confused? She might be confused. Oh, she wants to go back to 1. Okay. She's doing her thing. Nice, nice. You making the game for yourself, or are you making the music for someone else's game? Got stuck again. Oh, she got stuck that one time. Oh, nice. Like a really popular streamer, or someone like, you know, me who's not doesn't stream enough to even remotely be popular? This guy once streamed at some point. Completely a streamer. Oh my god. I thought about making games with the streamers as main characters just to get them to play it, or just content creators. Where'd she go? Where you at, lady? You're over here. Okay. Follow me. Follow me? Oh good, she's following me. Yay! It's a lot creepier. Oh, I'm caught on the thing. No. There's a character over there that spawns things, but I don't have her moving yet, so. Oh, nice. That's a good number. Damn. What's that game about? Is it just, you know, military shooter, or is it got some interesting premise? Or... This character looks like she's working just fine. Huh? Oh, procedural generation. Nice, nice. I'm always so hit or miss on procedural generation since, like, it's hard to make random content fun. I tried making some randomizers and things like that, and it just feels so samey after a while. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Welcome to the addiction that is game dev. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this nav mesh so I can build my things without loading. Oh, so I started with RPG Maker, so you know, my humble beginnings are humble indeed. Yes. I'm not sure I want to use these chairs. Uh-oh. These are the platforms that Poppet grips onto when she pulls herself up onto things. Epic made a project that you can just use in order to build off of that. But you really want to use things that are square. Because they didn't make a round one, and you could build your own, but it behooves me to use things that are not round. It doesn't interact very well. They didn't build it for that. They built it really for very rectangular things. I can fake round stuff. Do you want to do that? Like I can do a bunch of small little ones along there to make like a ridge. Yeah, I mean, platformers are a good place to start. They're super easy by comparison to everything else, so half the physics are done for you in Unreal Engine. Pretty much, yeah. It's like you could, the way you do these things like that is you have to do this with it. Where I've made a bunch of little ones all the way around the outside of something, that's how you do circles. Which, as you might imagine, is real tedious. Technically, I only have to do the edges of everything anyway. Like, I don't actually need to do the full thing. I've been debating on that. I guess I could test it out and see how it pays out here. We gotta do these little things here. At some point, I'm gonna have to go through and try to make everything really nice and perfect as far as collision goes. I made a bunch of small games, and this was actually a game jam game that I decided I liked the concept of so much that I was gonna turn it into a real game. But the game jam game was an RPG maker. Which, actually, I can just bring that up. 1 second. I will do exactly that. I had a real habit of trying to make RPG Maker do things I wasn't supposed to because I was just a weird person. I'll zoom ahead because nobody cares. Oh, let me fix the quality a bit here. I made an animation plugin just so I was able to do these things in RPG Maker of all things. Don't ask. That's my explanation. Do not ask. I mean, you can do things in it, but it's such a garbage engine. Don't do that to yourself. I'm gonna play it out like a Diablo style game. Running around and shooting stuff, which it's okay. The humble beginnings of this poor game. I'll zoom in to where actually it's more interesting, I think. A real fight or something like that. Supposedly where it gets more interesting. Oh. Did I ever include the big fight against all the bosses? I mean, it was a game jam thing. Don't get too excited by a game jam game, you know? There we go. Wasn't a very good game. I did not win the game jam, by the way. Not that the game was worse than everyone else's game, it's, I forgot to lock out the crappy menu of RPG Maker, which broke all the plugins I made to do everything. So because I literally forgot to lock out someone pushing triangle on the controller, it broke the whole game and the person hated it. And they never played more than like 5 minutes. It's all that effort. Yeah. What have we learned? Is that the game that you should, any game jam game or anything else, you should remember to actually spend time making certain it works. I mean, you could do that. I actually do have a story. You're trying to find your friend and you're trying to break the curse, and there's an actual whole plot and everything that goes on. But we'll see. It's definitely gonna have a surprise, you know, ending. Actually, I plan on 3 endings based upon if at some point, like, you're trying to find your friend who was also taken out by the serial killer and turned into a doll. You don't know if she's there or not, but along the way you discover that she is. But you don't know it's her. So there's a fight where you can kill her off and not realize that you've killed her. If you kill her, then it leads to 2 different bad endings. Where you basically have collected these 5 souls of these girls that were, you know, used for this resurrection ritual. And you can use the 5 souls yourself. Bring yourself back to life if you want. basically to stop the, you know, ghost girl that's causing the curse. It kills every other doll there, but you make it out. Cool. You can opt to betray the person who's been helping you all along and forever doom everyone there. If you don't rescue your friend, you're pretty screwed. Or if you actually do rescue your friend, you can go after the real cause of the curse and try to stop it. Because the game's based around the tarot, right? And the tarot is like the last tarot is the world tarot, which is basically the completion of your journey. So you get the world tarot if you actually complete your journey of rescuing your friend, which gives you the ability to fight. Exactly, but I'm not going to tell him, so it's half the fun. Also, it could still be Minecraft Steve. I don't know, it's possible. But yeah, I'm going to drop hints. Along the way, I'm going to have various messages scrawled on the walls or like that, just saying, you know, like, from someone who had been there before you. You'll eventually figure out that it's her that, you know, you're following after. Because she was presumably a doll that also went through a lot of this, but failed. And so you have the option to, like, along the way, you end up collecting the 4 souls. Like, there's 5 total souls necessary to resurrect Charlotte for this ritual. And you end up in a bad situation where you end up with 4 of them in you. And that provides you the option to go after the last one. Yes, yes, kneel before it. I do have a plan for it. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I might cut some of it out. I might just go with the guaranteed ending if it seems like it's too much work. Gotta remember, scope creep is a very real thing. Like, I can already tell this game's got quite the scope to it. I'm just trying to finish 1 floor of this warehouse, actually this factory for the demo. Just 1. And then if people like it, we'll talk about the others. And if no one likes it, well, we can abandon it there. Be like, well, that was one experiment. Try a different game next time. One that people actually like. I think I should actually make it slightly look. This is really a really crappy setup here. Yeah, it takes a lot of time, and I mean, hopefully you enjoy doing it, because if you don't enjoy making a game, you're never getting to the end. Also, if you don't enjoy making a game, don't tell people you hate your game. For God's sakes, the number of times I've been to game dev places, and they're like, I hate my game. Yeah, thanks for selling me on your game there, buddy. Like, now I don't want to play your game because you hate your game too. I realize testing can be pretty rough. I test my own game all the time, and I think a lot of people make a game they don't want. The number of people who are chasing a game dev trend, which just seems so dumb to me, because the problem is, unless you're going to release it in like a month, the trend will be different by the time your game comes up. Yeah, exactly. People just, they tell you that, and it's like, now you're trying to convince me to play this. Like, your game sucks? You do not want anyone to play your game? You just hate it? This seems terrible. Kind of like trying to jump onto this. This seems terrible. The sides work, but again, like these rounded chairs, I don't know about. Yeah, she can't grab that. Gotta be even farther out. This was not designed for a tiny doll. Things need to stick out farther than you'd think, so that's why things are not really perfect. They did not intend you to do this. It's very obvious. My game will not be AAA quality. I actually considered a grappling hook. For the Hanged Tarot. I might still add it. The big thing is why? Why does she have a grappling hook? You know, you got to give a reason for why the character has one, because how many dolls are running around with grappling hooks, right? Does she have a little toy grappling hook? Why is there a toy grappling hook? This rounded one does not work right. So it's just like, you could add all these things, but should you add them? I don't know. It's kind of where I'm at on a lot of it. But I am considering adding it for the other. It's also difficult to add this sort of stuff. So, you know, I mean, and then if you do add it, you got to add places in that you can use it. Because it's just like with this stuff here. It needs to have special stuff to grab onto. It can't just grab onto the environment. That's not how they work. You have to make it have a way to sense what it's grabbing onto and know what to do. So you're going to have to code something in that makes it do that and do all the animations and stuff. And yeah, that's what this is looking for. Is it's literally looking for these ledges here to grab hold of. Well, you see, why does the character have a magical grappling hook, you know? Like I said, I was considering making the hanged man that, because, you know, the hanged man and hanging from a rope does sound very on brand. And it might get added in later. It's very possible. I was looking into it, but I don't need it for the demo. Yeah, this isn't going to work. The roundedness just isn't quite... Like, it's sticking out beyond it. But yeah, it's just not gripping them. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the hangman is. It's just literally, you know, it's supposed to represent indecision and the like. So it's not actually, you know, someone hanging from a rope, but I'm going with a more literal picture type of thing, since most people don't recognize, they didn't read all the definitions of what the tarot really are. I had no idea what the tarot stuff was until I read it literally for this. Also, you know, that stuff is very contradictory. Everyone's version of each of what the tarot mean literally will cause them to, you know, will be completely contradictory. It'll be the opposite. It's like, no wonder everyone who does the tarot stuff comes off as being crazy. Yeah, it's powered by Sasori from Naruto. Yeah, you definitely have to have a lore reason for stuff if you plan on having a story of some sort. If you're just going to make a game where you have abilities. Like, there's a really neat project that I was trying to merge with my own that had all the stuff that you'd have from Uncharted. But I was like, okay, well, you have this woman. She's like 18. She's like a fortune teller, and she's murdered by a serial killer. Her soul gets stuffed into a doll, and now she can wall run. Wait, why can she wall run? Why does she have grappling? Or why does she, you know, why does she anything? Like, you gotta make something up for explanation, then keep to your lore. Like, you know, you can make any lore you want with like magic in general, but if you don't keep to your own lore, the people will be like, well, that doesn't make any sense in your own. Android 17 in the Naruto world, trolling dolls, cool gadget. I mean, you know. I was gonna make Charlotte the ghost girl. They're able to control the dolls that have been taken over by the curse. That'll be only if you actually fight her. Yeah, that's just it. It has to be consistent. And, you know, when you're building a thing with toys, if a toy could reasonably access something, it's fine. It makes sense. But, okay, I can't give her, like, a sword because, like, maybe there's a toy sword somewhere, but then it's going to be, like, at best, wood. It's not going to be metal. It's not going to be, like, a literal weapon. There's all these free weapons Epic has. Like, there's this legendary sword. She's not going to find that. Like, it's a toy. Plus, they're talking about steampunk, so you're looking at, like, 1920s. Which means that, you know, I'm restricted to what toys you can even have. Ah, the Morningwood sword. Yeah, it's very happy to see you. Yes, yes. I find the doll doing other nasty things with it later. Don't question it. You know, it would be a thing. It would be probably not in the game. Same. It's probably not going to make it. I think I'm going to use these chairs just because they work better. Let's have other chairs. Yeah. Listen, That's the joke in the game dev world, is to make certain you have as many hot characters, hot females in your game as possible. So when your game doesn't do well, you can release the, not safe for work patch in order to get more sales. It's like, well, I didn't make it. What if all my hot chicks were naked now? And there was like some dating sim stuff in there. There's a company that literally just releases games that failed on Steam as dating sims with like hentai in it, and they make a fortune. Exactly. If you want to make money and you want to not have to make good games, make adult games. 100%. Adult games are so easy, especially in the day and age of AI. Jesus. AI porn? Sure, no problem. Yeah, because it turns out that sex sells. It's always sold. If you want to make money, give the people what they want. And then, dating sim thing, because almost everyone playing that game is probably a lonely guy. And selling people waifus, especially lonely guys. I mean, come on, OnlyFans is literally the entire premise of that site is telling people their waifu. So you'll have lots of customers. I mean, it's very simple. I was a guy who did RPG Maker, and he'd already started a Patreon doing really well. I mean, I should have followed his path there, because I mean, his game didn't even look good. It looked like crap. But it didn't matter because it had a bunch of naked women in it. Perfect. He's been making money for years off this trashy game. Occasionally pays for more art. Probably shouldn't pay for it, not purchased AI stuff. But it was made in RPG Maker. And we just show pictures with the show picture command. By the time the guy was making like $600 or $700 a month off this game. That's an amazing success. Almost no game makes that, especially not consistently. But people who like these games will fall into these, games and wait for the updates, especially the Patreon people, so you can just make a fortune. So if you're trying to make money, it's probably a lot better than making your dream game that happens to be some super long RPG with dolls in a factory. Yeah. Probably. Fast. Well, it probably would, but the problem is a AAA not safe for work game also requires millions of dollars to make, and most of those companies aren't going to make something that's like that, especially in the world of DEI hires, things like that. It's not happening. Good luck getting them to fund that. But you can make like a AA game or even a single A game, and it'd be possible. I can see that. Over here. Yeah. But Helldivers took a bunch of people to make, so you're probably... I mean, if you're just a solo person, you're probably not making Helldivers. You don't need to, because, quite simply, your game will make plenty of money if you just have porn in it. Most of the time, yeah. Why aren't any of these squared off? Oh, here we go. This is the perfect chair. This chair understands me. And the far too lazy to ever want to manually put collision on it sort of way. Well, complex collision. These chairs are a complete failure. Yeah, my advice for anyone making their games, whether you make a porn game or not, It's the same one everyone's going to tell you. Make your game smaller. Don't make this big game. Okay, like, scope creep is a real thing. Don't do it. Trust me. It's not going to work out. You're not going to like it. It's going to be real bad. All too often, it's just like, oh, look. This idea won't take very long. Trust me, it takes way longer than you think it does. It takes super long. Oh my god. Even I'm sitting there going, why are there so many tarot cards? And I actually have left it open that I might cut levels out of the game because of how long I think it'll take to make. Because as it is now, I have plans for all levels. I actually have a game design doc and everything too. But I'm going to have my resurrection ritual up top here, which I need the assets for it, so this area is just left blank. At the Toolmaker's Workshop here, again, I need assets for it, so we're going to put those in later. Just a foyer thing, a garden up top here. It's mostly just going to be things like that. This floor here, which is like the floor that none of the employees are allowed in, it's basically Charlotte's floor, which is the ghost girl. But you see her a lot around there. Then these floors here are going to be the factory floors that build the dolls, and it's going to be basically a double story floor with all the huge steampunk thingies. And then I'm going to have a city floor where it's like mini models of the city and all kinds of little city toys and everything like that. And the bottom floor is going to have, like, you know, other toys, but it's also going to have a giant checkered floor with chess pieces because the chess pieces have taken it over as the great board and they're worshiping it. Then there's supposed to be a basement down here for the toys that, you know, the forgotten toys that you had to do later in the game. And then a secret sub-basement if you happen to get the good ending. But said secret sub-basement might just become part of the regular basement. I could just make the basement a little larger, look around anyway, and save myself a whole floor. Yeah, like at any point, each of like certain floors could just be cut. I could move things around. Yeah, you know, literally, like, you know, sex sells. Like, I've seen Patreon people do it. Like, they make a bunch of money. Like, people get really invested in a story, and they just keep following it. And you can make a lot. And my characters are made in Daz, so let me tell you about how Daz is basically like the OnlyFans for dolls. Every single thing for it is not safe for work. I added the clothes on the characters, thank you. So it's like, oh, okay, well, all the female characters will be like that. I did not design these things in there. These I just bought off the Epic Marketplace because they're sweet. Also, it was like $5 for all these, you know, voodoo dolls. I'll be right back. I require another alcohol thing. It'll take me like almost no time. Yeah, like if I was gonna just do it for the money, I would literally, honestly, just make visual novels for phones with adult content. Yeah, 100%. You want to make the most money in game dev? Get yourself a consistent story. You could even build it off someone else's IP half the time. You can get away with that. Some of the popular ones I've seen were like, gosh, I don't even know. I don't really keep up on a lot of these things. I mean, I remember there was one, was it like something Unlimited, as it was? Oh, they base it off of all DC properties. And that guy makes a fortune. We're just looking at how much money these people are making. It's like, you have like, you know, I think he had like 3,000 patrons or something like that, paying like $5 to $10 a month. All because he just took someone else's IP. Made an Android version, made a Windows version. Literally just a simple visual novel with sex involved with DC characters. I mean, I guess it had some, I don't know what it had. It had some kind of weird system in it. It was about me using them as like prostitutes or something. I didn't play it, but from the images I saw, it was very simple looking, and that person was making a disgusting amount of money. Yeah, exactly. So just do that. Just sex sells. But you gotta remember that it's not actually just the sex that sells. You have to make them care. That's why OnlyFans works, and why people will pay some random thought on there like a bunch of money. Because they have grown this attachment to that person. I mean, take someone like Amaranth. She's not like particularly more attractive than a lot of the people you'll see on there, but she makes millions because she's a streamer that people have grown attached to. That would be like if Pokimane made an OnlyFans. He's got a whole lot of tier 3 subs. They're probably not tier 3. I don't even know if she has tier 3. Anyway, she's got a lot of subs. I guarantee you would join her OnlyFans. She's even said as much. Literally. Because they made this attachment to it. Like, you know, it's the difference of, you know, because there's like perfect 10 models out there that if they made an OnlyFans would make almost nothing. I saw a lady who literally does Victorian outfits, and she made an OnlyFans as a joke for Victorian risque photos of like ankles and stuff. And she got like multiple $1,000s a month by just showing pictures of her ankles in Victorian outfits. She was just donating. She did it for like 2 months just as a joke because she wanted to make video content. But I was just laughing because people had such a connection to her that they did it. Yeah, exactly. Local goth girls need to eat too, okay? I'm just saying. You should never spend money on, like, you know, random girls you're never gonna get anything out of. Like, if you don't know them in real life, don't give them money. And if you do know them in real life and you're not like dating them, or you're not like, you know, a family member of theirs, you know, where you're like, there's like that there where you're trying to help them, like, you know, or you shouldn't be giving them money. Like, treat it like you're gonna get something out of it, or don't do it. I mean, I guess there's some argument that because they're a content creator, they provide you some sort of thing there. But let's be real here. You should probably restrict how much you give to like $5 a month or whatever their feet pics cost. I don't know. Whatever they're charging. They might not sell feet pics. They could be like, yeah, they're probably better pics than that. Goodness knows. They're paying money for feet pics. Yeah, exactly. Like most of the time, if you really want to do your best thing, don't ever give women money for anything. Go to a gym. Get in shape. The best luck I've ever had for women were those who already found me attractive in the first place. If a woman finds you attractive, you need not convince her to be with you. It turns out that she will actually jump at the chance because she wants to be with you in the first place. Being able to take care of them, not very valuable. Being that guy that they're thinking of late at night because they, you know, happen to be in the mood, you're the one who's getting the call. I'm just saying. Kind of my game dev career has not helped encourage the females. I also don't go out very much. Yeah, game dev career helps. Oh, exactly. Well, I'm gonna let you in a little secret. It's called a home gym. You get yourself a home gym, work out, get yourself in shape. Don't eat crap as I'm drinking this alcohol. Don't do this. And then, you know, get yourself to a reasonably good looking thing like that. And then just put your profile on dating apps and be like, you know why you're here. I'm just promising a couple bottles of wine and a good time. Something like that. Don't put information. Don't confuse it. If you look good, they ain't reading that. All you can do by writing things there is make them not want you. I had a strategy for the various dating apps. And we call it the grocery outlet strategy. Because grocery outlet basically resells things at a really cheap price. And one thing they get is a huge amount of wine. You get like a $40 bottle of wine for $5. So you show up there, some woman's house, looking like a complete baller because you have what she thinks is $80 worth of wine. You spent $10. I'm just saying. Is 100% effective, it turns out. You're just like, okay. But in order to do that, you have to actually be in shape, which I am no longer in shape from all this game dev. But that's the secret. Just be in shape. You don't got to take them on a date. Alcohol definitely helps. Wine is cheaper than, you know, other methods of alcohol. Plus, they haven't tried necessarily that wine. So you'll be like, ooh, we want to try this one? They'll be like, okay. I used to live with a guy who was, I had a roommate who was, he was the Chad character that people always talked about, who had a different woman every single week. That guy's advice was very strong. Yeah. The older I get, the less I care. That's really what it is. When I was younger, I was much more into about, you know, getting them there for that sort of thing. But unless you plan on starting a family, I don't really see a reason to keep one around. Like, yeah, him as a friend if you want, but even then, every friendship I've ever had with a woman is only friends for so long, in that, you know, it's invariably someone wants to sleep with someone. Usually them. Like, I try to have friends with them, this doesn't work. I'd always start off by saying I never want to sleep with them, I would never date them or anything like that. Start off by telling women this because the one thing they've always wanted is the thing they can't have. And every time I've ever started out like that, they've always wanted to get with me. It's led to some really awkward situations. Like, I was actually not lying. I really didn't want you, lady. I just thought we could be friends. That's fair. Dating is miserable. It's much more fun if you happen to be in shape and don't have to do any of the work. That's really my advice right there. It's significantly more fun if you're in shape and don't have to do any of the work. Because the best success I've ever had was literally the times I was just in shape and I would just go out and about and they would come to me. Seriously. I had a woman take me on a safari. I was in shape. She just liked how I looked and she's like, I'm really mad at this guy. I just, you know... she was in the process of deciding to divorce her husband. They had planned for a trip. And because she liked how I looked, she took me on the safari instead of him because they had already paid for it. I got a safari on his dime, probably, because she seemed like she had nothing. It was a good time. I enjoyed it. It was also safari in California. I don't know you can go to safari in California, but here we are. Doing these things. I was like, okay, cool. Neat. Or when you're like, let's go to a hotel. Okay, I met her at a magic shop. Never thought I'd meet a woman at a magic shop. I didn't think women played magic. But it turns out that she really did. She was just trolling for guys. Saying she's trolling for guys. If you're a woman and you want to find a guy, go to a gaming shop. There's a million guys there. Just none of them have dates or women. That's how it is. As a former Magic player, I understand. You don't have to look like a Magic player, though. You can play Magic and take care of yourself. You could do that. Yeah, they're hit or miss. They really are. I've got some real horror stories to go with them, no doubt. This is not tall enough to get on. That's a problem. I wish I could say there was like some sort of like good way for it to go. Like, I've been nearly married twice, but each time it came down to them revealing their true colors too fast, which I'm kind of glad they did, but usually though, especially now, a lot of the women are often just cheating on someone, so I don't even worry about long term. I had one woman who was like, this woman, not even the weirdest story, but I met her in the RPG Maker community. Right off the bat, that's weird. And she had apparently, in the middle of the night, taken her kids from, I believe she was in Texas to start with, all the way to Washington State, not DC, and to live with a friend of hers and their boyfriend and her friend's boyfriend in a one-bedroom apartment. Her two young sons this way. Middle of the night, just taking them. Because she'd apparently been cheating with some guy online for a year. So she gets there, and the guy decides he doesn't want to leave his wife and doesn't want her. So she's just there. Claiming that, you know, all these terrible things, or blah, 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 or the boyfriend's trying to rape her, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever. You know, I find it hard to trust someone who's a serial cheater who would steal her own kids in the middle of the night and go to this place. I'd seriously told her I wouldn't date her. I guarantee you, within like 2 weeks of talking to her, she was already sending me nudes. And I was like, lady, I'm not going to date you. You're crazy. Why would I do this? A lot of them are like that, you know. I get roped into weird situations. It's like, oh, this person's cheating. You can tell because they're very secretive. That one just told me. Oh, the last one is interesting to me. I had like I had a bad reaction to like a medication. Right? I ended up in the hospital. It caused a bunch of temporary heart problems. They happen, okay? I had just gotten out of that, and a friend of mine was like, oh yeah, you know, my girlfriend's really bored, you know. You guys should go walk in the park. Like, that's kind of weird, but if you want, I'm not going to do something to walk in the park. It's a nice park, sure. Trying to get my way back to being a little healthy and stuff, because, you know, you got to kind of do a bit to work your way back on that. And this guy, like, we were on 2 different walks during the day that he knows about that were his idea. And then later on, I get some like angry calls from him saying that, you know, like, you know, she's like, you know, trying to cheat with me and all these things like that. And I'm sitting there going, based on what she's like, well, she's acting all secretive, and like she puts her number as like a different number, and like she's like been deleting messages, and I'm like going, I just got out of the hospital. We went walking twice in the park. You told us to. What? They broke up. She came back afterwards and was again trying to get with me. I was like, I don't want you, lady. You're a cheater. What? Poor shit. You were like my friend's girlfriend. No thanks. You know, that whole day after the wedding, no sex thing, that's if you're bad at sex. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I was doing that, like, you know, it's just like, no woman has ever come back to me and is like, you know, I don't want to have sex anymore. They're usually right back in the bed because I did my research on that. Every time she gets off, much more likely to have it again. You should be very good at getting them off. If you get off, that's good too, but you should be very good at getting them off. Yeah. We live in a different day and age now where literally they just immediately whip them out and show them to you. And I'm just like, that's cool, but I see them everywhere. I don't really want to see them. Thank you, but no. And they just show you, it's like, okay, cool, but I still don't want to see them. Thank you. No. But when I was younger, I was all about it. I definitely walked into a lot of dumb. A lot of dumb. A lot of women happily used me. It was a little bit too early for the internet to have ratted them out for how they really are. Now that I understand, it's changed how I've dealt with them. Most of the time I just turn them down. I don't want to deal with it. Sex is fun, but it's not that fun. Like, it's not fun enough to put through some of the things they want to put you through, and it's like, I don't know. It seems like a lot of my life was better without. I gotta make these tables shorter. She needs to be able to jump up on them. Preferably from one chair up to the top. Yeah. A lot of them are just like, you should just keep trying. I don't know. I've got some real bad stories for how things went that I'm like, not sure I'm going to share those on the internet, but maybe at some point when I've had enough alcohol to convince me that's a great. Yeah. Well, it's just all about finding the right kind of person, which is unfortunately probably not in the U.S. or any really Western country, because a lot of the women there have been told to really just pour around when they're younger, and then by the time they get older, they just they want to settle down. But the problem is if you're going to settle down with a woman, the only real reason to do that is largely kids. And the closer they get to around 35, the less likely they can even have kids in the first place. It costs a lot of money. Very hard to get them pregnant. Like as a guy, you can have kids like when you're like 80. I don't know why you'd want to, but you could. So you got to go for a younger one, and really you want to find one that's not in a Western country. You want to find one where I had a friend who he found a woman who was from gosh, where is she from? Somewhere down south. One of the it's not Mexico. Somewhere farther south than that. It's part of her religion. They can never get divorced. He's like, yeah, so she's great. I mean, like, you know, she just doesn't mean we can never get divorced because it's literally that. The problem with Japan is they have the same Western mentality. They're a very Western country. The women there are very likely to spend their time on the streets as well. But even if you do get one, I've been told that apparently they expect you to basically make all the money and they spend all the money and you're allowed a little tiny allowance. So they really rule the house. So if you really want a master that runs your life, I think I'd rather go for like a Korean woman or something like that. If I had to pick between an Asian country. We're going to assume that Russia does not count as an Asian country, even though it's in Asia. I've seen the women in Russia. I don't know if you know what I'm saying. Maybe those Russian brats. I mean, I'll rescue them from Russia. I'm just saying. Import one over to the U.S. I wonder if it really is a scam. I don't know. They're very attractive. I'll take 12. So, yeah. Now, my zombie apocalypse plan is currently Argentina. Yeah, exactly. You're just, you know, yeah, if you wanted to be the married with children life, that's cool, but I don't want to do that. I'm good. I guess I could have a slightly taller table here. Do I do that? Why is that table taller, though? That makes it more fun. Yeah. Definitely not the life I lead. I definitely had one woman who was all about trying to boss me around. I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. He'd yell and scream. It's like, nope, sorry. I'll just take the door. Right over there. Now, there was a lot wrong with that relationship. Plus, she was probably just cheating anyway. The problem is once a woman's been with a lot of guys, like, their loyalty just drops. The best relationship I had, the woman had been with 3 guys beforehand, that's it. No, I was the 3rd guy. But she was really young, too, so that made all the difference, right? I just gotta lower these tables down. I guess gotta redo all the chairs then, too, don't I? Damn. Oh, that's right, it's gonna ask me for each of those now. I should have tested this first before copying them. I'm gonna rotate this one a little bit. This one too. No, not yet. Exactly. I don't think a lot of women realize how free it is to not have to deal with them. Like how wonderful life is. Sure, sex is great, but the price is so high. You could just pay a woman for that if that's what you really wanted, and it'd be cheaper, so. Plus, that woman's probably slept with way less guys in general than the average woman anyway. Probably not true. The prostitute's probably about the same. It leads to just a world where you don't have to deal with quite as many problems, and you know, you don't have to be impress them or anything like that if that's really what you want. Say, I prefer, you know, short term, where we're still in the honeymoon phase and it never goes beyond. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's just got to find those women that are much more demure than the other ones. At this point, just ask them if they like Trump or not. If they say they don't like Trump, they're probably some liberal woman who probably hates guys anyway, so just save yourself the trouble. You want one that believes in those things, but even the ones that are conservative are very likely to try to boss you around. Depends on how religious they are and if they believe that, you know, the man should be the head of the house or not. Gotta ask them all these questions if you're looking for a long term. Even then, though, they'll still create like a honey-do list where you'll have to do all these things for them anyway. They'll still try to secretly make you do things for them. It's just what women do. Yeah, the UK is pretty liberal too. Well, actually, to be fair, Trump is so well known throughout the world. You could probably still ask them there if they liked Trump. It's probably still work. Let's be real here. Trump's everywhere. Why does this not want to go down? Oh. Yeah. I mean, I've been in love before. I've definitely had women that I was, you know, all about. Like I said, I was willing to get married twice. One woman just had a habit of accidentally poisoning me. And, you know, she was just such a klutz and things just didn't work out. It was bad news, but I was with her for like 7 years. I would have married her if I didn't keep having health problems around her. The other one was probably just cheating. She just lied for like an entire year. It's impressive how long she kept that lie up. I suppose that's fair. It's a decision you can make. There are times when I wish there were people around. There are times where I'm glad there isn't, so. You know. It is what it is. I definitely would prefer not have to do, not have to go life alone, but at the same time, I've never really found many women who are worth it. I think the worst thing though about dating a lot is actually the I end up liking the women's cats more than I like them, and I'll befriend their cat, and then it will break up. Like, oh, I don't get to see the cat anymore. Didn't like them much at all, but the cat was cool. Just a random funny thing. Like, oh yeah. I'm allergic to cats, so I really don't. It's not like... Probably not going to work out if they have a cat anyway, but... Like, I'm super allergic. That's like, oh my... Love cats, but... not work out. Exactly. They just thought it was the other pussy. Little did they know it was the one that goes meow. I'm gonna turn the light on so I can actually see this game. Well, you know, it's just... I don't know. I don't think a lot of women realize that dating is largely pretty miserable for guys. I guess it depends. If a woman's actually interesting, I don't mind talking to them. I love chatting with people. The problem is most of them don't really have personalities, so finding one that's not like incredibly boring is very hard. I find it to be unusual. I don't know, like I say, if the right one comes along, I don't try very hard to find them anymore. All you really have to do to win me over is be someone I like talking with. They only have to be moderately attractive. They don't got to be like super hot. I mean, let's be real. I'm a game dev. I'm out of shape these days. If I'm expecting better than a 5 or a 6, I'm just delusional at that point. Maybe if they're drunk, you know, they can be like a 7, but that's about it. I don't like. I'm out of shape. Like when I get in shape, I could probably get myself a 7 or 8. I can pull that, but them being like way younger than me, totally possible. Take care of yourself. You won't look your age. You'll be able to pull women much younger than you think. I mean, who cares? You can talk about women, it turns out. People will screech you in Twitter, blah, 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 whatever. Who cares? Oh no, what's Twitter going to do? Ban me for talking about dating? Oh no? It's okay to talk about women. Don't hate on them, like, you know, don't call them all like the worst creatures in the world or whatever like that, you know. You can be like, yeah, you know, like dating them, this is what they like. I mean, you know, it's just how it is. Will there be women who don't like that? Sure. But I don't care what they like, so that's fine. Whatever. Yeah, it's okay to talk about them. It's not like you're like, you know, you're not discussing hate about them. We're just talking about your dating strategies and what you're doing with them. They'll try to tell you it's hate because we don't like something. Well, doesn't make it hate. Let's be real here. I have a whole 16 followers on Twitch because I barely have ever streamed and only started streaming like I think like 3 weeks ago. What are they gonna do? Ban me? Oh no. What will I do? Like, stream on Kick and have no viewers there too? Or no followers there? I'd still have no followers, I'm sure. I'd have to actually stream to go follow. I like streaming when I have time. Like, yeah, well, there you go. A lot of it comes down to just advertising it. I didn't really advertise it. I just literally showed up and just said, okay, I'll just start streaming on here. I'm actually streaming both on here and YouTube at the same time. Just to see. I have a chat up for both of them just to see how it goes. And, I mean, some nights YouTube is where I have people to talk to, and some nights Twitch is where I have people to talk to. I use, like, Restream.io. So it's just free for 2 different sites. But I don't actually anticipate really gaining much out of it as far as like, you know, I'm not going to make money off. I don't think I'm like the world's best streamer by any stretch of the imagination. I just think that kind of fun to have people to talk to. Sure, it might actually hamper me actually getting anything done, but it's fine. I don't care. I do this as a hobby. I have the IRS definition of a hobby. I didn't make any money off it, therefore it must be a hobby. Every once in a while I pick up a follower, though. I guess if I advertised. Honestly, I should be streaming probably on X over a lot of the other options. I could also stream on Kick as well. I've never used Kick, so also I don't, you know, violently assault people or commit crimes, so I probably won't do very well on the Kick. That Kick. It's okay. I don't think I actually need all this up there. I'm debating on my Hierophant design here. Oh yeah, this character. Well, that's not true at all. Ever since Elon took it over, you can pretty much just say whatever you want on Twitch. I can say things that would get me banned on Twitter. Oh no, sorry, banned on. I'm sorry. You can say anything you want on X. I can say things on X that will get me banned on Twitch. Actually, not that I care. I literally don't. Until they start paying me money, I don't care if they ban me on Twitch, you know? Like banning me on YouTube. Whatever. Yeah. I guess I can reset this thing and see it works. Here. Yeah, like once he took it over, everything changed. It became a very different world. I actually like it now. I went from like I wouldn't post anything ever on there to I visit there all the time now. I actually don't spend very long on Twitch at all. It's just people like, you should stream on here. I was like, okay. Is it? That was the whole discussion. You should stream on here, okay. That's okay. The thing is, nobody listens to them, and now everyone just calls them out. And usually the cancel stuff just fails anyway, so. Like, the only time the canceling actually works is if you actually committed a crime. And even then, it's only if your audience is actually the kind of set that even cares. Yeah, it's terrible. People are living in fear for no reason. They're just dumb. The cancel people have no power. They're just getting laughed at now as they're being completely destroyed by the media in general. Not the media, but the just the public is just completely annihilating them. God help you if you're part of the LGBTQ plus God knows what alphabet stew people. Because you just get openly mocked now at this point on X. Jesus. And it's deserved because they started allowing pedophiles in their group. Oh man. I am not a fan of anyone who's okay with pedophiles. Jesus. I'm fine with you, you know, having sex with whoever. Sure. When it's another adult. I am not fine when it's a child. That is not acceptable. This is Patrick, the only mini-boss I've actually even made. Alright, good, it's turning. Yep. They actually got the name Patrick because someone in the chat at that is like, what have you done with my boy Patrick? And from that point on, it became Patrick. I launch cupcakes at you. A cupcake. Was it? Oh man. Shows how bad my memory is. Well, congratulations. You'll be forever immortalized as the person who said that. This new heal's really crappy, by the way. I probably need to tone this up. Yeah, a bunch of things in this game have been changed because people in chat said something. That's actually a lot of why I stream, is people come up with ideas, and sometimes the ideas are cool. Sometimes the ideas suck, but sometimes the ideas are really cool. Also, I get to chat with people. Blah, blah, blah. What's... I need to close all these. This would actually vastly speed up the game if I just did this, I close these down. Definitely, alcohol has decided to try to fight its way back up. Yeah, I don't know. All things considered, X is a good place now. You can pretty much say whatever you want on there at this point. Don't get me wrong. If you say something that one of these other companies don't like, you can get canceled. I don't like you can get banned on these places. Like that was one of the agreements on Twitch. It's just like, yeah, everything you do on other platforms matters. We might ban you because of it. I'm like, I don't even post on X. I could. I probably should. Probably get better traction for game stuff. I don't know, I just kind of troll through stuff. I don't ever respond to anything. I thought about it. I just like reading people's stuff. I'm gonna try double the speed on this thing, see if it's actually better. And the costs I have set up are -3. That's Hierophant. Oh, you're trading 1 for 2? That's pretty easy. I think I'm gonna double both. I think I'm just gonna make it faster. I think I pussyfoot around too much with costs on things. The real problem I have. Building for the lowest common denominator. I guess I have Voodoo Mama as well. But she's mostly just Patrick stuff. You test this out. Yeah, Standing by Light is basically just a free heal. Kinda. It's not that free even now. Pretty free though. I gotta give her projectiles. I do have her weapon do damage to you if you're stupid enough to jump into it like I did. I gotta make these things explode when they hit. It's a little better. It forces you to actually have to kind of hide out a bit. With potentially sanity dying or running out being a real problem. think I'll probably give her like needles to throw at people. Like voodoo needles. I was gonna use her as like the final boss of the thing for the first level. But then I saw this thing on Epic that looked so cool, I might use it instead. I gotta wait for a sale though, because I'm a poor game dev. Let me bring it up real fast. It's very nice. Yes, very nice. I'm considering this one instead. I mean, just look at this. This is beautiful. Like the leader, like all the voodoo dolls. I don't know about this weird version. But still. But that price is high. I'm waiting for it to be like half price. Black Friday is coming up. I'm just saying, I'm gonna buy a bunch of game dev assets at that Black Friday. I gotta pick and choose when I buy. You haven't slept yet? You should probably take a nap. That's fair. It's 6:23 a.m. here. I don't even know why I'm late. I just am. Figure I'd sort of work on things, mostly just chat. I don't know. 2 p.m. That's like my wake up time. I have a really bad schedule. I should stop having a bad schedule. I want this doll too. This doll's awesome. I haven't slept for 20 hours. Sounds awful. You should probably get sleep at some point then. Just saying. As much as I enjoy having someone to chat with, I will completely understand if you actually need sleep. Yes. Yes, indeed. I'll come back to this. I'm mostly using this as an excuse to drink and talk to people. That's it. That's my whole strategy here. I have no other purpose tonight. Like I sort of working on game stuff, but I'm not working that hard on it. I mean, I wrote some early code, and that's I could build some levels, I guess, or some areas. Like I need to build a garden area over here. I need to build a library thingy over here or something. This is going to be a Hall of Records, so I need to build something here. I got a bedroom for her to build at some point. Maybe this will be like her playroom or something like that. I don't know. A hallway that I don't know what to do with. A couple of rooms I don't do with. A bathroom I gotta build. And then the Forbidden Toys room, which I'm debating on what's going to be in it. Exactly, but besides the boss fight. It's funny because this is like the first room you come to over here after the painting world, and the boss room's right here. Yeah. Basically got done with my week and I just have like a couple days off and I'm just not doing anything useful. So I just kind of dick around with games and pretend like I'm gonna do something. That's kind of about it. That's kind of the plan. I'm like, I'll do something eventually. Will I? Maybe. Maybe. That's a wall. No, don't click the wall. Click this. Vacuum tube. There's supposed to be a way to make it so I can actually adjust how far it goes. 2 objects. Wait. Why is there 2 objects selected? Just one? Oh, never mind, because it's groups. Duh. I'm stupid. There we go. This attenuation radius is so big, I guess. I can visually see it. I turn the lights off so I can actually see. Yeah, what'll probably happen is I'll probably end up streaming for a bit longer, just kind of derping along, and if no one else shows up, I'll probably just log off and finish my alcohol, watch something terrible, and go off to sleep. Maybe I'll log back on and find Twitch banned me because it's like, you can't talk about women. Oh well. Oh no, what will happen? How will I ever continue my life if I cannot stream on Twitch? My life is ruined. Oh no. Looks over at Kick. You know, I'm just saying. You can literally commit felonies on Kick and they don't even ban you. It's such a weird place. Only thing I know about it is literally whatever I see on X anyway. I just never pay attention to it, not specifically. I don't know why I would. It's as we were talking earlier, a random guy. I pretty much like the same things that I always like, and I don't like anything that isn't the things I don't like. So if it's not like game dev, I probably don't care. Sums up a lot of the stuff that's on there. You just have like IRL people just, you know, picking fights and stuff, and it's like, that's not really what I want to see. Maybe I'm weird for thinking that. I don't know. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Just in a nutshell. I don't know. I mean, to be completely honest, I'm a terrible person to even go by because I don't even look at TikTok. Content's too short. I want my videos to be more interesting. Just saying. Like, I don't even look at that. So, if I don't even look at TikTok, oh man, Kick's a whole other level of probably not happening. At least that's how I do it. It's like, maybe, but no. I want to see if these actually reach me on the floor or not. Hard to tell. It really is just a certain level of I need, like, I don't want shorts on YouTube either. There's just, I don't know, there needs to be more to it than that. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of how I view it. I don't know how people find these amusing. Maybe I'm just weird. It's true. I recognize that I am not everybody. Sure. If I was everybody, the world would be a boring place. Because everyone would be making games about dolls. I need to make a circular one of those. In fact, I think I might do that. Thinking about it, I should have made this a while ago. Kind of stupid. Browse to asset. Oops. The alcohol is only enhancing my typing abilities. I mean, it could be near if you want it to be near. I mean, it could make a thing where, you know, like Poppet kills you if you look up her skirt too often. I don't know. Kind of hard to see up her skirt. Well, is it? Yeah. Yeah, I'd do that, except for I don't want to get sued. There's that little problem. This is no one gets sued. Circular options? Yeah, so they just have these ledges along there. So all I have to do is just make these circular and that'll work. Theory. wouldn't take very much for me to add have nude versions of the characters. So if I wanted that, I can change the outfits. I actually made it so you can change Poppet's hair. Saw that. Changing her outfit's a little hard though. I couldn't quite figure out how to make it conform to her body. Like with the cloth physics. It always just kind of hit weird. Am I gonna have to make a circle? Maybe. Where's the circle I was looking for? Well then. Here probably works. Flatten this thing. Wait, no, not a sphere, a cylinder. Yeah, this is what I actually do. I am considering having some sort of Easter eggs and looks though. Like, I haven't figured out how to do the outfit, but I might have different characters you can play as hidden extras. Like, assuming the game does well, I might have DLC other characters. But the game would have to do well, and I'm not going to make that assumption that it's going to do well. That's a lot to expect. Oh, I see. You want that. Okay. We can make that work too. Can I convert one of these into a static mesh? I assume so. Well, they're gonna make this harder on me, huh? Oh wait, static mesh cylinder. This already exists. I'm smart. Don't hate. Or do, it's fine, you can hate. I deserve the hate on this one. They just make a default cylinder, you just do that. You just dump that right on there, no problem. Just delete this one. You know, maybe I could. I mean, you know, Poppet wasn't really intended to be a sexy character, but Tinka is, so. He's pretty attractive. He's probably the only truly attractive character, though. Because everyone else is a toy. It's kind of hard for them to be attractive when they're all toys, you know? Like, unless you're really attracted to a doll, it's... I don't know, it's the dolls. It's kind of weird to be attracted to a doll, but I guess you could be. Like a killing to those people who buy the real dolls. Otherwise, like, okay, cool. I don't know what I'm gonna do, buddy, but cool. I made this a while ago, I was thinking. Actually, I wonder if this will even work. Might not. Because of the simple fact that these are rounded. I mean, yeah. Oh, from Bloodborne, yeah. I actually never played Bloodborne. I have no idea who this guy is. I really don't get out much, so that's my explanation. I don't understand this Bloodborne you speak of. I know the game exists, I just don't know anything about it. Random Souls-like game. I don't know what I know. Sounds like it'd be a Zelda song or Zelda track. Oh my. Maybe the doll does please me. Oh my. Look at that dog. Yeah. As someone who has shopped at the at Daz, which is basically doll only fans, I understand. Be sad if this doesn't even work when I set this all up. Do I even need all these ledges? I think I do, because the way the level block is designed, it gets all of them. I think I do have to have more. I don't understand their code terribly well. I can figure it out, but don't wanna. I probably shouldn't actually have them overlap at all either. That might cause problems, as it tries to grab two different ledges. I can see that. I just do this, and then... Yeah, I may end up with the game being more adult later on if it doesn't work out. I can see it. I hope my vision works out and I don't need to do that, but it is a plan, an option. Weird. Wish there was an easier way to get this to move along the thing. Yep, like I say, everything was made in, all the female characters were made in Daz, so if I would like to have naked versions of them, it simply consists of removing the clothes that I added. I don't have to do anything special to get naked versions beyond that. It's literally just like, oh, the game will actually run more efficiently because the clothes are just more polygons, so if I would like it, I could make it a thing very easily. Not sure I want to do that, but I wouldn't be the first person to use Daz for that, that's for certain. Definitely not the first person. People make dirty comics with that all the time. Meanwhile, I'm just like, I just want to make characters for my game. They're all wholesome. They're like, but you could make them dirty. I'm like, you're right, I could, but I don't want to. Wholesome. And they're like, nope, dirty. I'm like, ugh. Maybe it comes to it. I hope not. Maybe. Almost at the moment of truth to see if this even works. Pretty sloppily doing it, I think. That's okay. Enough beers now will do it? Yeah, pretty much. That's my plan. Just drink a lot and it'll work out. Man, this will probably be the last beer I have. I'll find it passing out in a few hours anyway, but gotta give it time to run through the system, otherwise I'll be up very quickly going, why did I just wait a little bit to go to sleep? This was so dumb. I don't know why I'm moving this farther over like that. I don't need that. Just has to cover the last little area. I would have just used one thing to go around the whole thing, except for that they programmed it to use 4, so. Kind of sloppy, but it'll do. Alright, let's see if this master plan worked or if I'm just dumb. Could be either or, honestly. I mean, I do a lot of dumb. But in theory, this should work. Alright, maybe. Come on. I believe in your ability to load this so I can see actually there's like a missing part right there, whatever. Did she grab it or did she just jump on that? He did kind of grab it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make it visible normally. Well, I think it's set to hidden in game. But this one should be visible. See if I can grab it. Can you move the lines farther out? I don't know. Must be the parents hidden in game. Right. Right here, never mind. If my ghetto version of this does a good job or not. It's definitely the alcohol is causing me to wind down a little bit. She just jumps on it, no problem. I grab it. Oh, she'll jump. It might not be able to grab onto these rounded surfaces. That's kind of the concern. Plus, I didn't do a very good job, apparently. I blame the alcohol for my deadly accuracy. The only way to be more accurate is to have even more alcohol. Yeah, I don't think this works. It's so unfortunate. I really want a rounded one since there's so many rounded objects. So on the traversal, like this is like literally on the lines. Like you don't have to move up far away. But when I set a bunch of these up in a more rounded pattern over on the chair thingy there, it didn't even work. There might need to be just a certain amount of space in order for it to work. Just by how they programmed it. In theory, this should work, and it's even got extra space. Sure, it's not perfect, but it's actually horrible, to be honest. If I want to get technical, it looks like crap. Could actually be something along the lines of farther down. It can be less crap, more not crap. It might just be square things. Take everything out again that isn't square because I have no way to grip onto things that are circular. Yep. We're making Minecraft. Minecraft Steve strikes again. Really unfortunate. Okay, as soon as like Unreal 5.5 comes out, they might have some improvement to this project. Yeah, okay, I'll just leave it for later, but it doesn't look like it's gonna work. Oh. Oh. Alcohol's winning the fight. You can always tell when I get a bit more intoxicated. I'm just like, much slower to do things. And these kinds of things probably need to be taken out of the game because of the fact they can't put them on here. Yeah. I'm not going to worry about these things that are possessed. You can't grip them, I guess. I don't know what I'm going to do about that. There's just a certain limitation on what I'm going to be able to do and what I'm not going to be able to do. Weirdly enough, this mechanic might not be something I want in the game for that very reason. But no, I like the mechanic, so... Probably these to the top of here, too. Oh. I was going to do something really useful with my time tonight. But then I got off on doing other things instead. And I was like, I'm going to do this instead. And I didn't accomplish a whole lot of the things I said I was going to do. I told myself I was going to do. I was like, I'm going to do it. Nah. Add these to the top of everything. What I should really do is instead of doing that, I should actually just make these one group. And then just start moving duplicates like that everywhere I go. Oh. They'll make this room more interesting than that, you know? I can't even see what I'm doing. I just smell it. Way easier to tell what you do if you actually turn the lights on. In this crazy world where you need light to actually see things. What'll probably end up happening is I'll end up, you know, doing this until I get pretty tired, then I'll end up falling asleep for a few hours, or maybe even, I don't know, I already slept for a few hours, I couldn't sleep anymore for some reason. I'll do that, and then I'll probably get back up and just go right back to streaming because I have nothing else to do today. Literally just a dick around day, I have nothing to do. Those are the best days, really, where I just get to do whatever I like, and that's how my Saturday is. I just do whatever I want on Saturday. And then Sunday I do all the work I was supposed to do on Saturday. Of course, my lazy day consists of playing with game dev stuff. It's empty. I'm very sad now. I am the sad. I gotta design some level ideas for this. I'm not even sure what an ad here. Maybe some shells. Maybe it's just a boss room. Like when there's not a boss, I figure the boss will be fought in this like area right here. We'll have to see if that's beyond my programming skills or not. Who knows? It might be. In this room, I was gonna make some weird pipe thing just for funsies. I really need a bunch of assets to go on sale so I can afford them. I can make all the rooms the way I want. I mean, I did make a bunch of the extra pipe thingies. Get the pipe connectors here. Just so I can make a pipe room. Can't talk now. Blah, 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 blah. Too much alcohol. Maybe a little too much. I'm like, ugh. Sticks were mid. And were they though? Were they really? Maybe this room will just be a pipe maze. I can see that. I don't even know if she can make it up this. Probably can. I definitely have to have more pipes and weird cracks in the walls you can go through. That's not that bad. There's not a real way to get the top of these here though, so I could hide stuff in the pipes above and then have to come back later with some sort of extra ability to reach them. I don't hate that idea. Have a whole room that's a maze of pipes. Not a bad plan, yes. Not a bad plan indeed. Yes. I sped this track up for doing all the combat, and now I can't listen to this track when it's like not sped up. It's so weird to me. It's just supposed to be sped up. It just sounds better sped up. It really does. Especially a site that literally keeps the same tone for music, but it speeds it up or slows it down or whatever you want to do with it. So started using that to fix a lot of tracks because battle music for a bunch of dolls fighting is really hard to find. You could have pits that fall out of here. But the pit falls out, and then you have to go all the way back around. Let's say my hypothetical end goal here is to drop them onto this. I know where I'm building towards. Drink some water here. Bad idea. Not a bad idea for this room. You can throw one of the characters in there. I'm only gonna have one character here that you can rescue, but I'll probably have this maze go all throughout the room. I have to have some areas people can fight at probably too. I think what I'll do is I'll have this open area underneath where people can fight at, and then I'll have an exit back out to restart the maze. You'll fall into one of these areas and be like, oh, that sucks, and have to go all the way back around. Yeah, I can get by on that. You can't really get underneath this area per se. I don't think you can. Maybe you can. I'll have to be certain there's nowhere that Poppet can grip hold of to get higher up without having been in the maze. Should easily get under this. Okay. I'll make this like the out. Right. Sometimes it's just about finding a good idea. Nice. I'm trying to need the circus stuff here, but I'm probably gonna do is a 3D text, right? Text. Griffey's what we usually use. I have some favorite materials for this. I don't remember where I put them. Victorian house thing. Conveniently given to me by Epic. Thanks, Epic. Giving me so much good free stuff. And a lot of bad free stuff. But hey, it was free. I don't care. There you go. Now you will know the pipe maze is here. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Cool. Let me come up with a better name later. Wrong button. Oh, there's exit. Yeah. Hmm. Where am I? Okay. Okay. Now you got this all set up here. It's not too bad. I'll run them through this whole maze and then I move that text somewhere else. I'll call it 20 mazes. That sounds almost better. And the caps lock was already on. You see this? We might be able to jump on that. I'm gonna get rid of a lot of this extra crap though. I think. Oh. I might give it like a 15 minutes or something, then go pass out instead of continuing, because I'm pretty certain I'll end up passing out one way or another by that point. The alcohol is slowly winning. Yes. And then just be back later today because I didn't have anything else. But for some reason I rolled out of bed at like 12:30 a.m. because I couldn't sleep for like 3 hours. Well, I'm up. Oh, I fell asleep so early. I was just tired. Actually, I know exactly why I fell asleep so early. Mates all like, well, we got this person coming to repair the dryer. He's gonna be here like normally when you're asleep. Can you be awake? I'm like, I guess. I sat around being awake during that time, and it was sad. It was a sad time. That's okay. Sometimes you gotta live the sad life. Be all responsible and stuff. Ew. Who does responsibility? It's so weird. You don't do that around here. Nah. I'm worried they'll be able to jump on the pipe and secret their way through things. If I provided the ability to grip the pipe, they could jump on it, I guess. I'm not sure I'm going to do that, though. I think I'm going to leave that off. I'm not even sure I want to be able to grip pipes. I might actually take that out. As they're round and it's weird. I do kind of want to have places you can fight at, though. Here. Of course, I could just have all the combat along the bottom and then just be like, oh, you fell, now you gotta fight your way back out. Not a bad idea, actually. I gotta make more enemies. Do all that. Yeah, that's later today. Hey. Sure. Tomorrow, maybe. Right now, eh. How many levels am I looking to build of this as far as height? Something like this is obviously impossible. I'm gonna leave this open intentionally so it gives you a way to fall. If you're just running along, you just fall and look like an idiot. Gotta happen sometimes. Well, that'd be perfect, right? I appear to be caught in a pipe. That's gonna make it really hard to test. Okay, he's running along, you're just going, cool, what's this? Easily fall right there. It's actually kind of an awkward jump too because of that. That's actually really awkward. That might not be very fun. This is way off kilter. The jump becomes really hard to do. The plan is to drink a bunch of alcohol like I already did, and then run around in circles through this maze. I'm sure that will only help. Apparently I suck at jumping. Okay, let's experiment running around here. Be a bit harder at night too, since I'm gonna have it all dark, but for purposes of the testing, I don't plan on making it dark. I guess I can, but it's actually kind of awkward because you jump really high and hit the top. I didn't think about this. You hit the top. I think it's just because this is so off kilter. I don't want any of the jumps to feel unfair, you know, like I really want them to be, you know, feel good when you, if you do them right. Fuck it up. I mean, you deserve everything you get when you fuck it up, but that's a lot better. And I see it because I'm not hitting weird stuff. You do a crappy little jump like that, and you hate your life. I'll probably have a few points where you can actually pop out of the pipes and fight. I might box him in though, so this way it really feels like a giant maze and you hate your life a little more. You just do that to make the jumps, that's not too bad. Sideways jumps seem okay. That's just not a possible jump. Excellent, excellent. What I should probably do, make it so that they don't block the camera. Collision. The mesh has no collision. Great. Pawn, but blocks camera. Custom ignores camera. This is to prevent it from zooming in all crazy like that, so you hate your life. Sickening, just jump over and over. Be much better. More jumping, no more weirdness. Apparently can't hit him at all. Interesting. I'll work on that collision later today. Oof. Yeah. So maybe I should make like metal sheets just so I can dump them out there. I guess I could just, you know, use crappy metal sheets too to get the job done here. Could build it out of planes too. Need this material. Oh. Not what I thought would happen at all. I see. Actually, what am I doing? Do delete, and I have a favorite tiling one. I'll build it out of those tables here. Or build it entirely out of metal and enclose it. I guess the argument is, what does enclosing it do for me, other than basically create more pipes? I mean, I guess it does make it where you can't jump into the things if you just sit there and have all these blocked off areas. Oh, let's say I move this out of the way. Oops. But is that more interesting than just having actual stuff? Like, is this random box more interesting? I don't think it is. Something like this, and I could sit there and partially block the pipe off. What if I didn't have any lights anywhere in the pipe maze, and then you just have to race through it as fast as possible before you run out of your sanity? That would certainly make this trip way more obnoxious. If you're just racing, burning that sanity until it's completely gone. And I just have some lights out here. Or a light out here. I'll put some other lights in a bit, but for now. Come on. Well, I guess if I give him the star first, this will make this a lot easier, but I don't think I'm going to, so. And then you can actually trade your health for the ability to go farther. Even I fell down that trip. But that means I should stay. I was considering introducing the magic blocks in here that let you throw them around and everything, but maybe I don't do that in this room. Maybe I would say that for another room. It also feels like you can run through the darkness way too long. I'm gonna remove that character behaviors thingy that's showing up on wrong one. That is Switch backend. Has you have any value that needs worried about being seen on it? Yes. Too much alcohol. That's all I gotta say. Way too much alcohol. It's Violet has character behaviors on it. It's being said over and over. Yeah. I actually don't even know where the other oh, never mind, right here. Never leave those, because if you do that, what'll happen is you'll come back later and be like, I heard all these stupid messages coming from, and then you'll spend like an hour looking for them. And eventually in sadness, you'll have to go back through literally everything you did the previous night just to remember where it was. I'm not speaking from experience, right? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, maybe I'll do little boxes for them to run through. I want every room in this to feel very different. I'm not gonna use. Well, most rooms, some of the secret rooms won't feel that different, but they're there because you found a secret and you get some free stuff for it. Not because the room is the most exciting room in the world. Probably better if I actually have these come out at just a normal angle. Block's not on. Like being a kid again, where you sit there and build these forts out of weird crap. Which we have, you know, cardboard bricks to build out of. Which really, when you think about it, it's just a bunch of cardboard boxes that someone would, you know, put a pattern on so they look like bricks. Never been so excited to play with boxes in my life. The boxes are always exciting, so, you know. What's in the box? How about that, but... Actual box? Very exciting. Probably raise these up some. Having the curse light you up while it's affecting you does really help for purposes of this, because otherwise this would be basically unplayable. Unfortunately for designing, it's pretty awful to have everything dark like that. Can't really see anything. Good for testing the light, though. Which does have to get done periodically. But if I'm literally building with the intention of being unable to exit, so they have to race really fast through it in order to avoid dying, I can afford a bit more leniency on where the lights are at. Why in the world is this one perfectly fine? This one is not. I guess it's okay. And none of these are on the ground. Shift enter to the rescue. A real godsend. I didn't realize how useful it would be until now. I'm just using it every 5 seconds. This is amazing. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Another trap over here. Gotta keep them on their toes, right? When I made this, I didn't think it'd be a trap, but it turns out that it plays out kind of like a trap, so... Grabbed the wrong thing there. probably have something to hold these up, I guess. Maybe pipe holders or something. Once I get tired of, you know, placing them, I'll put those in instead. I square these off a little bit. Actually, I'll probably loop around and have this go right on top. But if I don't lock it, then you can jump right on top of the pipes. Which I don't think works like a good plan at all. Like if I do that, then it's I have to lock away things, making it basically impossible for them to reach it any other way. We make some geometry walls so you can't sneak through. Otherwise you can jump onto this stuff here. Or you can attempt to jump onto that stuff. Really, it's harder than I thought. I'd just be I'm really tired though, honestly. At that pleasant point where the alcohol is really kicked in and it's just like, you should go sleep instead. Good thing I didn't have 3. If I had 3, I'd be over. I only have like 2. I guess I could just make a wall that they have to get through here. Because they might try to jump and grab that too. Where am I going to hide the person? Like maybe I have a set of shells that's like really high up and then on top of it's the character. Or even just a shelf on the wall. I have like a pipe that pops out at there. Right by the place where you save them, I'll put a light. Be able to recover your sanity before you go the rest of the trip. Browse through assets, find them. You can't really do up. I could actually put the pipes at funny angles. I wonder how that even plays out. Let's find out. Saying. It'll find out thing, we're doing it. We're effing our own pipes and finding out. Well, you can get out. It's a little awkward feeling. I'll have to bend the pipes, that's not a thing, and then... If you put another pipe in, I don't think it's even jumpable. What's happened? Unless you just jump a million miles. I was in this route. Wild. Maybe I'll color code the junction so people have an idea of where they're at. Like a cannon. At all. How much of a jerk am I right now? A real jerk would have included an additional fall right here. Oh, I didn't even notice the camera actually died. I had my phone plugged into it and... well, that's the case, and my phone has finally given up on it. I guess I'm probably going to call it for the night. I'll probably be back after I sleep for like 4 or 5 hours anyway, knowing me. Give my camera a chance to recharge and all that, and... Yeah, thanks for hanging out, DSX. Nexus. I didn't realize my camera had died. That's probably how tired I am. I should really be streaming around this time normally, though. It seems like I have like the best traction during this time. Why do I have such a terrible schedule? Anyway, I'll be back later today, where I will continue making my pipe maze and finding horrible ways for people to fall at the most awful moments imaginable. They have to redo it all. Because really, if you don't have a pipe maze that's literally based around human suffering, do you even have a game? Really? Important philosophical game dev questions. Yes. Yes, indeed. Anyway, I'll catch everyone later. I'm gonna go pass out.